respectable dignitaries and dear friends. It is very important for the industry to establish cooperation, coordination and communication between the stakeholders. There are a lot of things which we need to reform in the interest of the sector, at the same time in the interest of the quality and also in the interest of new innovative technology to establish a dialogue between the stakeholders. I am giving my special thanks to Honorable Office Bearers of FICCI for organizing this good event, which is very useful. But unfortunately, the policymakers are not present here. After retirement, they are coming in FICCI and giving gyan to all of us. I am not talking about, sir. I have respect for you. पर मुझे लगता है कि पहले उनको बुलाकर आपका ज्ञान उनको भी दीजिए, क्योंकि सरकार में काम करने वाले जो लोग रहते हैं उनको लगता है कि हमको सब समझता है और किसी का सुनने के मूड में नहीं रहता. The fact is that no one is perfect and no one can claim that he is perfect. Uttam, Adhik Uttam, Sarvottam up to infinity. Perfection is an impossible concept. So every time any person, he may be minister or he may be on any post of government body, he should consider the opinions of different people, try to understand. And there is an open thing is there, either convince me or convince by me. If they are going to convince you properly in the interest of the sector, you need to listen them. And that is equally important. I am not an engineer, neither I don't have too much knowledge about the civil engineering. But because of last many years, 95, 2000, I was minister in Maharashtra. I was infrastructure minister, got appointed to construct Mumbai-Pune Express Highway, the Worli-Bandra Ceiling Project and 55 flyovers. Because of that, after Atalji gave me the responsibility to make scheme of Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, then I am associated with the infrastructure. Basically, I am more related with agriculture and rural development. I received 18 doctorates, delete, out of which 9 delete related with the agriculture and water conservation. So my total passion and interest is in agriculture. But as a minister, he is supposed to be expert for all subjects when he is a minister. It is in the law and the democracy. So I am not the expert. So I need to understand all technical good advices from the people like you who have good experience, and 100% I will take this report with me, and I feel that now it is a time for me to issue the order that such type of seminars, they are really useful for the education of all type of people, and they should present there and they should understand what the people are giving suggestion about this. This is very important. मुझे सब समझता है, this is not the good thing. कभी कभी छोटा आदमी भी बहुत कुछ सिखा के जाता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि आपने ये जो ऑर्गेनाइज किया इसके लिए मैं आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ. एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज है कि हम एक डायलेमा में हैं, जो अभी आप कह रहे थे, और कुछ लोग कहते हैं कम कंपनियां रखो, ज्यादा कंपनियों को क्वालिफाई मत करो. और मैं चाहे तो मेरा डिस्क्रीट है वो कि मैंने ये देखा कि जब कंपनियां कम रहती तो कार्टेल बना के टेंडर लेते हैं, और इसलिए टेक्निकल और फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन ये ऐसा वेक कंसेप्ट है कि जो अधिकारी जैसा चाहते वैसा टेक्निकल एंड फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं. मैं महाराष्ट्र में था, हमारे यहाँ तो एक ही कमी रह गई थी आखिरी में कि काला कोट पहनकर जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आएगा वो टेंडर उसको मिलेगा, इतना ही लिखने का बाकी रहा था. तो टेंडर जो टेक्निकल और फाइनेंशियल क्वालिफिकेशन होते हैं, आप में से बहुत से लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, उनकी क्षमा मांग कर बताता हूँ, वो सब तैयार करने का काम ये प्राइवेट कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ही करते हैं, बिकॉज वहाँ बड़े स्वीट रिलेशन होते हैं, और वो रिलेशन में बराबर क्या क्या लिखना, किसको कैसे डिस्क्वालीफाई करना और किसको क्वालिफाई करना, इसके गेम में तो वो ओलंपिक स्टैंडर्ड के प्लेयर होते हैं. तो किसको कहाँ लिख के क्या आउट करना, तो वो बराबर उस हिसाब से बनाते हैं. तो we need fixed policy for the different type of tunnels, bridges and road projects, which is a permanent policy for technical and financial qualification is very, very important. Other important thing is we are very much interested in the government about financial audit. But now after 12 years of my experience in this ministry, I'm coming to conclusion that the performance audit is more important than financial audit. We need to differentiate the contractors, those who are making good quality of construction, and there are a lot of problems are there. मैं कल पूना में था, एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने, इधर ये पंजाब हरियाणा का, तो उसने एक काम 40% बिलो जाके लिया, फिर उसने एक को वो बिलो जाके उसको 10% लेके उसको हैंड ओवर दिया, और फिर उसने 10% लेके तीसरे को हैंड ओवर कर दिया. तो फिर मैंने उनको कहा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बुलाया था, तो मैंने कहा ये इसकी जो ड्रेनेज सिस्टम थी पूरी, उसमें सीमेंट ही नहीं था, सब खराब काम किया था. तो मैंने हमारे सीजीएम को कहा इसको पूरा रगड़ दो, इसकी बैंक गारंटी जब्त करो, और इसको इतना बर्बाद कर दो कि आइंदा ये एनएचआई में कोई टेंडर नहीं भर पाएगा, ये हिम्मत नहीं कर पाएगा. तब मेरे ध्यान में एक नई चीज मिल गई कि आजकल जीएसटी के कारण कौन सा जीएसटी कौन से इसके और किसने भरा ये पता चलता है. तो मैं अभी एक ऑर्डर इशू कर रहा हूँ कि कौन से कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने कितने % में सब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना, इसका नियम है. और उसके बाद में भी एक दूसरा 3 लेयर बढ़ा के जो धंधा चल रहा है 30%, 40% बिल हो जाके अब पकड़ में आ जाएंगे, तो इनको ब्लैकलिस्टेड करो, इनकी इंक्वायरी शुरू करो. और ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि पैसा कमाना गुनाह नहीं है. हाँ, कोई आप बिजनेस करते हो, कॉन्ट्रैक्टरशिप करते हो, 2 पैसे कमाने ही चाहिए, पर काम करते समय क्वालिटी काम हो. हम जरूर कोशिश करते हैं कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को कम करें और क्वालिटी ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन अच्छी रहे. और इसमें ये जो दिक्कतें आती है, हमारे नियमों का फायदा लेकर जो चल रहा है, सभी डिपार्टमेंट में आता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं इसको रोकना पड़ेगा. और कोई ना कोई टूल तो मिल ही जाता है, और जब हाथ में मिलता है तो अब तो मैं तो बिल्कुल इसके बारे में, मैं बड़ा हेल्पिंग नेचर का व्यक्ति हूँ. कोई भी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आता है तुरंत फोन उठा के उसकी मदद करता था. अब मेरा एटीट्यूड बदल गया, मुझे रगड़ना ही है. और इसलिए मैंने तय किया है कि अभी इस 2-3 साल में ये जितने हाथ में मिलते इनको ऐसा फ्रैक्चर कर दो कि टेंडर नहीं भरे अगले बार, हिम्मत ही नहीं करे. क्योंकि उनकी आदत खराब है कि टेंडर भरते समय, अभी हमने एडिशनल बैंक गारंटी मांगी, वो भी भरते हैं. ये सब करने के बाद एक से दूसरा, दूसरे से तीसरा, और इसमें क्वालिटी में इतनी प्रॉब्लम आते हैं, और फिर बदनाम हम होते हैं. तो मैंने एक कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को पूछा, बोले तुमसे माल खाया गया कि तुम ये मुझे बता रहे हो, ये क्यों ऐसा हुआ? उसके पास जवाब नहीं. कभी बोलते बरसात आ गई, और ये प्रॉब्लम्स है. देयर आर सम लेजिटिमेट एंड जुनाइन प्रॉब्लम भी है, पर उसके बाद में जब आप टेंडर लेते हो तो आपका प्रॉब्लम जो है उसको कन्वर्शन ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स इनटू अपॉर्चुनिटीज, उसको आपको सॉल्व करके काम करके दिखाना, यही तो आपकी टेस्ट है, इसी के तो पैसे मिल रहे हैं आपको. तो ये नेचुरली पहली बात ये है कि अब क्वालिटी के साथ हमें कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करना है. दूसरे हमारे यहाँ जो कल्प्रिट है, आई एम सॉरी टू यूज दिस वर्ड, वो है डीपीआर बनाने वाले. ये घर में बैठ के डीपीआर बनाते, गूगल पे देखकर इतने घटिया क्वालिटी के डीपीआर बनाते हैं कि आज रोड में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट हो रहे, 1,80,000 डेथ हो रही है. 40% एक्सीडेंट हमारे रोड पर होते हैं, और सब रोड पर प्रॉब्लम डिफेक्टिव डीपीआर. और ये डीपीआर बनाते समय अपेक्षा ये कि हमारे नीचे लेवल के अधिकारी उसको चेक करें. मैंने ये भी सजेशन दिया था कि नहीं तो आईआईटी के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट के लड़कों को बोलो कि आप डीपीआर चेक करो कि उसमें गलतियां क्या है, देखो. तो इतने डीपीआर पहले हम लोग लोवेस्ट वाले को देते थे. ऐसे ऐसे लोग आए एक तो मैंने एक को कहा था कि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के सर विश्वेश्वरैया है, क्योंकि वही सब डीपीआर में वही क्वालिफाई होता था, बोगस कंपनी, और सब काम उसको। मैंने बोला ये क्यों प्रिय है तुमको इतना, तो लोएस्ट है। अब हमने कहा कि प्राइस नहीं रहेगी, अब नई पॉलिसी आई। अब दूसरा उसमें एक है कि डीपीआर परफेक्ट मिलना, इसमें हमें भी काफ़ी पॉलिसी में सुधार करना होगा। अभी तो मुझे बीच में ऐसा लग रहा था कि वर्ल्ड बैंक के हिसाब से, वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से डीपीआर देते समय हम ये देखें कि भाई 51% स्टेक जो इंटरनेशनल कंपनी के है उसी को हम लोग 1000 करोड़ के ऊपर के काम का डीपीआर बनाने के लिए देंगे। यहाँ तक क्योंकि यहाँ के हमारे यहाँ के लोगों ने इतना डाइल्यूट कर दिया और क्वालिटी इतनी खराब की, पर अब उनके ऊपर भी नज़र है, छोड़ेंगे नहीं उनको, क्योंकि ये देश का लॉस है। इसके कारण काफ़ी नुकसान होता है, लोगों के एक्सीडेंट होते हैं। तो पहली बात तो है कि हमें, आप भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करने के पहले फिक्की भी इसमें इनिशिएटिव ले कि हमें इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड का परफेक्ट डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट सरकार में, मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं, हम सब कामों में कैसे मिले। और उसमें ये तो बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड होती रहती है। मैं बहुत बार एक बात याद रखता हूँ कि इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल एंड सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, we name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. तो ये बिल्कुल सही है कि अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ नॉलेज, अपग्रेडेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, और इसलिए हमने सीखना चाहिए। हर चीज नई नई बातों से हमको सीखने के लिए मिलती है, और अच्छे काम करने वालों को हमने सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, और गलत काम करने वालों के बारे में देखना चाहिए कि आगे सिस्टम से वो बाहर जाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके लिए डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। आपकी ये टनल और ब्रिजेस पर कॉन्फ्रेंस है, और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे यहाँ बहुत काम निकल रहा है। अभी 3-1 लाख करोड़ के टनल्स हैं। अभी एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ आई कि हम लोग ये जो कलकत्ता का हाईवे बना रहे हैं गोरखपुर से, तो झारखंड और बिहार के बीच में एक रोड पर फॉरेस्ट है, तो फॉरेस्ट में टनल बनानी थी, और टनल बनाने की थी तो मेरी भी गलती होगी। फॉरेस्ट वालों ने कहा कि अगर हम लोग टनल बोरिंग मशीन से अगर बनाते टनल, तो वो कॉस्ट 1800 से 2000 करोड़ बढ़ती थी, और अगर ब्लास्टिंग करते तो कॉस्ट कम होती थी। तो उन्होंने कहा ब्लास्टिंग अलाउ नहीं करेंगे, तो अलाउ नहीं करेंगे तो हमने कहा कि फिर हमने क्या किया, रोड घुमाया। अब एक्सप्रेस हाईवे को घुमाने में कोई मज़ा नहीं, डिस्टेंस बढ़ेगा तो फ्यूल खराब होगा, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट थोड़ी कम होने वाली है, और कैबिनेट में चला गया। जाने के बाद जब मुझे ध्यान में आया कि अपने से गलती हुई, तो मैंने प्रधानमंत्री को कहा कि आज इसको आप रहने दीजिए, मैं फिर से एक बार इसको वेरीफाई करता हूँ। और मुझे एक मालूम था कि राजस्थान में अभी हमने एक टनल का इनॉग्रेट करेंगे कोटा के पास, बहुत सुंदर बनी हुई है, उसमें पानी गया था। अब वो पानी लॉजिकल एंड तक ले जाना चाहिए था, तो अभी टनल पूरी नहीं हुई, तो राज्य प्रशासन ने कहा कि एक लेन खुल दो। एक्चुअली इनकम्प्लीट काम में खोल दी, और खोलने के बाद वहाँ पानी आ गया, तो वे सोशल मीडिया में फोटो छिपे। तो मैंने बोला तुमने क्यों शुरू की जब काम इनकम्प्लीट था? उद्घाटन तो नहीं हुआ पर काम भी इनकम्प्लीट था। तो बोले राज्य सरकार ने बहुत आग्रह किया। मैंने बोला सोशल मीडिया में जाकर बताओ कि राज्य सरकार के आग्रह पर किया, पर वो टनल में हमने कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग किया था। तो मैंने भूपेंद्र यादव जी से बात की, तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो बिहार सरकार ने आपको परमिशन दी है वो 10 नंबर पे लिखा है कि उन्होंने इसके ऊपर ब्लास्टिंग को अनुमति नहीं दी है। वो जैसा उनने भेजा वैसा हमने मंजूर किया है, तो वो तैयार होंगे तो हमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं। फिर मैंने हमारे यहाँ एक वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस की मीटिंग बुलाई, जिसमें भूपेंद्र यादव जी और उनके भी अधिकारी थे, और बिहार सरकार के फॉरेस्ट सेक्रेटरी और उनके फॉरेस्ट के अधिकारी थे, चीफ मिनिस्टर लाइन पर थे। तब मैंने उनको प्रश्न पूछा कि कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग की परमिशन आपने राजस्थान में इस टनल में दी है, अगर यही टनल में भी आप देंगे तो ये घूम कर जाने का चक्कर है, इसमें पैसे भी बचेंगे और ये टनल सीधी हो जाएगी। तो हाईवे है, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, तो आप हमको कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग की परमिशन आप दीजिए। अब फॉरेस्ट वालों ने अब मैं तो कभी कंट्रोल ब्लास्टिंग में कौन से प्राणियों पर और इन्वायरमेंट पर क्या परिणाम होता, शायद मैं इतना ज्ञानी नहीं हूँ, मेरे समझ में तो नहीं आया। फिर भी जब मैंने उनको कहा तो सेक्रेटरी समझ गए, चीफ मिनिस्टर समझ गए। उन्होंने कहा हम जाकर फिर से आपको भेजते हैं, अभी वो आएगा, हम सुधारेंगे, फिर कैबिनेट में जाएंगे। तो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सी बातें ऐसी है कि हमें कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव सोचना होगा विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी, और इसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी का अच्छा से अच्छा उपयोग करना पड़ेगा। अब ये टनल बोरिंग मशीन की कॉस्ट, कैपिटल कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा है। मेरी दूसरी रिक्वेस्ट फिक्की को है कि अभी हमने मेक इन इंडिया, और अभी चेन्नई में वो जर्मन की कंपनी है, उन बनाते हैं मैक्सिमम, वहीं से टनल बोरिंग मशीन आती है। चाइना से बीच में आती थी, फिर स्पेयर्स में काफ़ी दिक्कतें आई, तो वो टनल बोरिंग मशीन के लिए हमें थोड़ी समस्या आई। हमें एक काम करना पड़ेगा कि देश में टनल बोरिंग मशीन को बनाना होगा, और हमारे पास पोटेंशियल भी है। इसके इस मशीन की कॉस्ट भी कम होगी, और इसलिए जब वो जर्मन के ओनर आए थे, 87 ईयर्स के थे, तो मैंने उनको लिस्ट दी कि हम इतनी टनल बना रहे हैं, और आप ऐसा करिए कि आप हमको यहाँ फैक्ट्री डालिए, और हम आपको इवन स्टील भी आपको दे सकते हैं। अभी हमारे यहाँ गढ़चिरौली डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो 65 ग्रेड का आयरन ओर मिला है, और जमशेदपुर में 55 ग्रेड का है, तो वर्ल्ड का सबसे अच्छा आयरन ओर वहाँ मिला है। जमशेद जी टाटा पहले वहाँ गए थे, अभी वो काफ़ी प्लांट चालू हुआ। तो मैंने कहा कि आपको जिस ग्रेड का अलाई चाहिए वो अब हिंदुस्तान में अच्छे से क्वालिटी का स्टील हम बना के देंगे, और हमारे यहाँ अब वेंडर्स भी है। आप यहाँ आइए और ये मशीन बनाइए, आपको बहुत ऑर्डर मिलेंगे। मेरे यहाँ डिपार्टमेंट में है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के है, रेलवे के है, इरिगेशन के है, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट के है। तो आप पहली बात तो जरूर यहाँ आइए, और मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि टनल बोरिंग मशीन्स अलग अलग साइज की हमारे देश में तैयार होने के लिए आप फिक्की से इनिशिएटिव लीजिए। और इसमें टनल बोरिंग मशीन में मुझे लगता है कि मशीन को मार्केट है तो बनाना कोई कठिन नहीं है। अब टाटा ने हवाई जहाज भी बनाया, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि हवाई जहाज तो आपने बनाया, अब वो उसको फ्लोट लगा दो तो एमपीबीएस सी प्लेन भी बन जाएगा, आगे आपका हवाई जहाज बड़ा भी बन जाएगा। एक बार आपने बनाया तो हम बना सकते हैं। हमारे इंजीनियर्स काफ़ी टैलेंटेड है, हमारे स्टार्टअप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और हमारे यहाँ भी आईआईटी के इंजीनियर्स बहुत कॉम्पिटेंट हैं। तो ये टनलिंग में मुझे लगता है कि एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, इसके लिए आप ज़रूर इसके लिए सोचिए। एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चैलेंजेस जो है जिसके ऊपर बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना होगा, सबसे डिफिकल्ट है हिमालयन टेरेन। और ये हिमालय में टनल बनाना और महाराष्ट्र में बनाना ये बहुत डिफरेंट, वहाँ तो ब्लैक रॉक है। तो मैं जब ये जिसकी बात कर रहे थे मुंबई पूना में हमने बनाई, तो मैं पहले मेरे मन में था कि दोनों बाजू में ग्रेनाइट लगाएंगे। अब कर्जा निकाल के कर रहे थे, तो मुझे हमारे अधिकारियों ने कहा सर इसमें खर्चा पहुंच जाएगा। तो एक ने सुझाया, एक डिप्टी इंजीनियर था, उसने सुझाया इस पर वो कंक्रीट का ग्रेनाइटिंग कर दो मशीन ला के। तो हमने टनल पे वही कर दिया, जल्दी हो गया, पैसे के खर्चे की बचत हो गई, सोल्यूशन निकल गया। पहली बात, हम प्रॉब्लम क्रिएटर ना बने, हम सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर बने। और इसमें आपसे ज़्यादा हमारे अधिकारियों को ज़्यादा सीरियसली उसको सोचना होगा। तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि जियोलॉजी बहुत बेकार है, हिमालयन टेरिंग की तो बहुत ही कठिन है। मुझे थोड़ा बहुत समझता है उसमें, ज़्यादा मुझे पता नहीं है। मैं थोड़ा जियोलॉजी सीखा था, तो जियोलॉजी, मिनरोलॉजी, क्रिस्टोग्राफी, जियोफॉर्मोलॉजी, तो हमको एक मोहा स्केल ऑफ हार्डनेस सिखाई थी। तब हम केवल थेरोटिकल सीखे थे, टाल, जिप्सम, कैल्साइट, एपिटाइट, ऑर्थोक्लेट्स, क्वार्ट्स, कोरंडम, डायमंड। तो ये जब हम समझे थे तब हमको हार्डनेस का पता ही नहीं था। अब हिमालय यानी चुनखड़ी है, पत्थर ही नहीं है और इसलिए हिमालयन टेरेन में काम करना बहुत कठिन है। और उसी प्रकार की जियोलॉजी ऑस्ट्रिया में और स्विट्जरलैंड में, और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी टनल्स बनाई है। अभी ये लैंडस्लाइड्स के ऊपर हमने स्विट्जरलैंड लोगों से सलाह किया था, और अभी 850 ब्लैक स्पॉट लैंडस्लाइड्स के निकाले, और उत्तराखंड में हमने वो सब इम्प्रूव किया, और अभी बाद में रिपोर्ट आया कि उसके बाद कोई उसमें नहीं हुआ। अभी मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि ये केदारनाथ और बद्रीनाथ के रोड के बारे में बहुत सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक केसेस हुए। अब मैं तो देख नहीं पाया था, तो वो डॉक्टर चोपड़ा जी, डॉक्टर जोशी जी भी मुझे कहते थे तुम गलत हो, तुम सुनो इनको। तो मैंने कहा मैं सुनता हूँ। तो एक दिन वो सब लोग आए, और मैंने कहा आते समय आप एक काम करो कि वीडियो शूटिंग करके लाओ। और वीडियो शूटिंग जब आकर देखा मैंने, तब मेरे भी नज़र में आया कि वो कह रहे उसमें कुछ तथ्यांश है। यहाँ रोड अगर बनाएंगे, इतना बड़ा पहाड़ ऊपर है तो गिरने वाला ही है। तो फिर मैंने स्टैंड लिया, अगर रोड बनाना है तो एक तो वाइडक्ट बनाओ या टनल बनाओ, ये टिकने वाला नहीं है। बेकार के बेकार पहाड़ खोदने में कोई मजा नहीं होगा, परमानेंट सोल्यूशन नहीं। तो खर्चा लगेगा तो लगेगा, पर हमें अभी उसका सोल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा, और मुझे लगता है यह कठिन नहीं है, वे आउट निकलना पड़ेगा। अभी केदारनाथ के रोप वे हम बना रहे हैं, तो पहली बार जब मेरे पास फाइल आई थी तो 5,000 करोड़ रुपए हमें ईपीसी से खर्चा करने थे। तो मुझे इतना तो मालूम था केदारनाथ खूब लोग जाते हैं। तो मैंने उनको कहा बीओटी में क्यों नहीं निकालते, देखो ना एक बार निकाल के। बोले कोई आएगा नहीं। तो हमने बीओटी में निकाला। आपको ताज्जुब होगा, 5,000 करोड़ तो बच गए, पर अब जिन्होंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लिया है वो हमको 800 करोड़ रुपए साल की रॉयल्टी देंगे। यानी हमने वो टिकट रेट ऐसा पक्का किया है कि हेलीकॉप्टर से जाएंगे तो कितना लगता है, पैदल वो डोली में बैठ के जाएंगे तो कितना लगता है, उसके हिसाब से रेट निकाला और वो अलाउ किया है। तो अभी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने जो काम शुरू किया है, वो शुरू होने के बाद पर ईयर हमको 800 करोड़ रुपए विदाउट एनी इन्वेस्टमेंट हमको देगा। तो उससे उस इक्विटी पर हम 10 टनल और 10 रोपवे बना सकते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं सोल्यूशन ऐसे निकल सकते हैं कि जिसमें कैपिटल कॉस्ट को कम करना होगा। अब जियोलॉजी में जो प्रॉब्लम है, इसके बारे में फिर डीपीआर वाले जो आते हैं वो कोई रीडिंग्स जाकर लेते नहीं, और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर टेंडर हासिल करने के इसमें जियोलॉजिकल डाटा जो है वो ठीक न होते हुए भी टेंडर भर देते हैं, और फिर उसके बाद प्रॉब्लम शुरू होते हैं, और फिर वो चाहते कि इसके पैसे दो, ये वैसा हुआ, ये ऐसा निकला। तो मैंने उनको बोला अगर इसके बदले में अगर और आसान होता और तुम्हारे पैसे बचते तो हमारे साथ आते क्या, फिर तुमने पहले देखा क्यों नहीं, तुमने प्री बिड कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये कहना चाहिए था। तो पहली बात तो जियोलॉजी में रॉक्स डाटा, वाटर सीपेज, ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये समस्या है। इसके ऊपर मुझे लगता है कि जो एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, जिन्होंने 30-30 साल इस क्षेत्र में काम किया है, उनको बुलाकर, हमारे यहाँ अभी इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हम ये बना रहे काम, तो इसके बारे में रिसर्च ट्रेनिंग ये नए इंजीनियर्स की करने की आवश्यकता है। कोई भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड प्रॉब्लम को रिजॉल्व करने के लिए उसके लिए प्लानिंग इन एडवांस, प्लानिंग इन डिटेल बनाकर वी नीड टू फाइंड आउट द सॉल्यूशन फॉर दैट। तो ये हमारे लिए अनप्रेडिक्टेबल जियोलॉजी एंड ग्राउंड कंडीशंस ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, इसका बहुत अध्ययन होना चाहिए। सरकार में इतना डिटेल में नहीं होता, हमारे अधिकारी बदलते रहते हैं। आप जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने इसके ऊपर कुछ किया तो उसका उपयोग ओवरऑल देश को होगा। बाद में एक्सट्रीम वेदर कंडीशंस एंड नेचुरल हजार्ड्स, लैंडस्लाइड्स, फ्लड्स, अर्थक्वेक्स, हेवी स्नोफॉल, अभी बहुत कठिन है। ये जो जिला में काम कर रहे हैं तो बहुत कठिनाई में काम कर रहे हैं, यानी बियॉन्ड इमेजिनेशन है। -6 -8 डिग्री अंदर जाके काम करना, 6 महीने काम के मिलते हैं, और उसमें भी अच्छा काम हुआ है। झेड़मोर टनल भी हुई, झुजिला भी हुई, पर वहाँ के काम करने के लिए एक्सपीरियंस ये भारत के अन्य टनल के साथ टोटली डिफरेंट है। तो आपको ये डिवीजन करना पड़ेगा कि टनल इन हिमालयन टेरिन एंड टनल इन जो ब्लैक रॉक है, उसमें दोनों को जियोलॉजी से लेकर हर बात अलग है, उसको अलग से सोचना होगा। इसमें लॉजिस्टिक एंड एक्सेसिबिलिटी कंस्ट्रेंट्स भी बहुत है, वहाँ पहुँचना काफ़ी अड़चने हैं। विशेषता प्रोजेक्ट साइज तक हेवी मशीनरी का कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल्स बहुत कठिन है। मुझे याद है हम ये मानस सरोवर का रोड बना रहे, और एक समय बीआरओ ने मुझे कहा कि वहाँ मशीन ही नहीं जा सकती। तो एयर वाइस मार्शल मेरे पहचान के थे, उनको मैंने कहा कि तुम्हारे हेलीकॉप्टर से हम मशीन को डिवाइड करके दे। तो बोले सर इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। बोला ऐसा कैसे डिफिकल्ट, लड़ाई होती तो तुम नहीं जाते क्या, इसको असेंबल करो टनल ये मशीन को। फिर उन्होंने असेंबल किया और असेंबल करके एक एक पार्ट को उन्होंने पहुंचा दिया। अब वो 85% रोड पूरा हुआ है मानस सरोवर का पिथौरागढ़ से। तो कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कतों में बाकी लोगों के भी सहयोग से सॉल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा। तो एक्सट्रीम वेदर कंडीशन, नेचुरल हजार्ड्स, ये भी समस्या है। लॉजिस्टिक एक्सेसिबिलिटी के कंस्ट्रेंट्स है, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बहुत हिम्मत के साथ उसकी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करते हैं। इन्वायरमेंट एंड रेगुलेटरी क्लियरेंसेस, ये एक समस्या है। ये पूरा थियोरेटिकल क्लास है इधर दिल्ली में बैठा हुआ, ये अपने बुक के आधार पर अपने कंडीशन डालते रहते हैं। कभी कभी मैं हमारे यहाँ जो लोग अलग अलग स्टेट के इंचार्ज हैं, मैं उसको पूछता था तुम अरुणाचल के इंचार्ज हो, कभी अरुणाचल में गए हो, पता है तुमको? नहीं अभी तक नहीं गया। यहाँ बैठ के क्या करते हैं? मतलब मैंने सेक्रेटरी को कहा कि इनको हर महीने में बाहर भेजो, जब तक आप जाओगे नहीं। अब मैं दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे को गाड़ी से गया अहमदाबाद तक, तो गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश में एक पैकेज ऐसा था, वो ट्राइबल एरिया है, वहाँ लोग काम ही नहीं करने दे रहे थे, पहाड़ खोदना पड़ा बहुत बड़ा। खोड़ा तो वो उसको सीओएस मांगने लगा। हमारे विद्वान अधिकारी ने कहा कि तू सीओएस नहीं मिलेगा, उसी प्राइस में कर। वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर डूबते हुए आया। जब मैंने देखा तब मैंने बोला कि भाई जब तुम एडिशनल स्कोप ऑफ वर्क उसको इसलिए देना पड़ेगा कि आपने अलाइनमेंट बदल दी, आप ऐसे कैसे कहते हो कि मैं पैसे नहीं दूंगा। फिर हमारा अच्छा मेंबर आया, उसने स्वीकार किया, अब वो रोड क्लियर हुआ, वो काम कर रहा है। मीनवाइल 1-1.5 साल हम लटकते रहे। अब उसमें फॉरेस्ट एनवायरनमेंट वालों को समझा रहे थे कि हमारी प्रॉब्लम यह है कि हमने ड्रोन लगाया तो लोगों ने ड्रोन को तोड़ दिया। यानी ये कोई लीगल इलीगल जो ऑब्स्टेकल्स थे वो कोई बुक में तो नहीं आते। तो उसके बाद में अभी वो रोड पूरा हुआ, उसके कारण 2 साल अब हमारा हाईवे लेट हुआ है। और ये जो डीसीएल लेने वाले विद्वान अधिकारी ने, हम टोल नहीं ले रहे तो 25,000 पीसीयूज है। अगर ये एक पैकेज पूरा होता तो हम डायरेक्ट अहमदाबाद तक चले जाते, तो हमारा 55 से 60,000 पीसीयूज का टोल मिलता, तो हमको 1.5-2 हजार करोड़ का चूना लगा दिया विद्वान व्यक्ति ने। तो अब ये कारण ये कि वो प्रैक्टिकल बात को नहीं समझा। ऐसी बातें कुछ ना कुछ है, वो हमको भी हमारे दोनों तरफ से समझनी होगी। एक जो है कि फाउंडेशन, उसमें स्ट्रक्चरल ब्रिजेस के लिए विशेष रूप से है। हर बार प्रॉब्लम आता है कि बहुत नीचे गए, रॉक ही नहीं लगा। अब मुझे पता नहीं, पर आजकल सैटेलाइट से बहुत सी बातें मिलने लगी है। अब ये आप जैसे लोग भी ये कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट आर द न्यू इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड, जिसके कारण हम ये एग्जैक्ट स्टार्टर का डिटेल मिला सकते हैं क्या, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड में तो इसमें हो रहा है काम। तो मुझे लगता है ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। ब्रिजेस के लिए डीप फाउंडेशन, पियर्स, लॉन्ग स्पैन्स और टनल्स के लिए अंडरग्राउंड एक्सकेवेशन एंड ग्राउंड स्टेबिलिटी, ये इंजीनियरिंग के चैलेंजेस है और ये रीजन टू रीजन अलग है। पर मुझे लगता है हिमालयन टेरिन एक पार्ट करिए और नॉन हिमालयन टेरिन दूसरा पार्ट करिए, तो भी इसका अध्ययन अच्छी प्रकार से होगा। जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि डीपीआर की बात है, उसके लिए आप अलग से ज़रूर कुछ करिए। ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है और इसके कारण भी बहुत नुकसान होता है। परफेक्ट डीपीआर बनना चाहिए। मैंने एक बार एक बड़े कंपनी को कहा कि आप डीपीआर बनाओ, आपके पास इंजीनियर्स है, डिजाइनर्स है। उन्होंने कहा अगर डीपीआर बनाएंगे तो कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आएगा, हम टेंडर नहीं भर पाएंगे। फिर मैंने सरकारी अधिकारियों को कहा कि तुम रिटायर्ड होने के बाद या रिटायर्ड होने के पहले तुम्हारा 25 साल का है, तुम डीपीआर कंपनी खोलो, हम आपको इनकरेज करते हैं, अच्छे लोग बनाएंगे डीपीआर। तो ये डीपीआर बनाने के लिए ये टनल्स में भी फॉरेन कंपनी की मदद करते हैं, पर उनका भी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हिमालयन टेरिन सब जगह वैसी नहीं है। जो स्विट्जरलैंड के और ऑस्ट्रिया के जो है, वहाँ के कंसल्टेंट समझ सकते हैं इसके प्रॉब्लम क्या है, पर बाकी जगह की परिस्थितियाँ अलग है। तो ये भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। ये जो एडवांस कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजीज है, जिसमें एडवांस टीबीएम्स, ऑटोमेटेड लॉन्चिंग सिस्टम्स है, प्रीकास्ट एंड मॉड्यूलर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, इसको हमको बढ़ावा देना पड़ेगा। मैं तो आपको कहूँगा कि इस बार हमें बाहर के देशों के साथ आप जैसे लोगों ने उनके एक्सपर्ट को बुलाना चाहिए, और मैं चाहता हूं कि प्री कास्ट पर रोड भी फैक्ट्री में बने, क्योंकि अभी हमारे जो प्री कास्ट की नालियां बनाते हैं वो इतनी बेकार क्वालिटी की है कि उसमें कभी पानी नहीं बहता। मैंने एक बार NHI के इंजीनियर्स को कहा कि मुझे एक अवार्ड देना है। बोले किस बात का? मतलब तुमने इतने रोड बनाए जिसके नाली में पानी बहता हुआ दिखेगा, उसका मैं सत्कार करना चाहता हूँ। सब IIT पास है। अब ग्रेडियंट पानी का अगर उल्टा रखेंगे तो पानी कहाँ बहने वाला? फिक्र ही नहीं, कोई ओनरशिप ही नहीं है, तो पानी घुस जाता है कहीं। तो नेचुरली प्रीकास्ट का हमने मैंडेटरी किया। धीरे धीरे ब्रिजेस में इसमें काफ़ी प्रीकास्ट टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हो रहा है, और उसमें मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा ये सब के लिए आप लोग थोड़ा इस प्रकार के कंसर्निंग सब्जेक्ट के लोगों को बुलाकर इसमें क्वालिटेटिव काम कैसे होगा, इसके लिए आप जरूर सहयोग करिए। सर्वे, इंस्पेक्शन, मॉनिटरिंग एंड प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूशन एंड एक्यूरेसी में, सर्वे, इंस्पेक्शन, मॉनिटरिंग, इसमें प्रोजेक्ट में काफ़ी टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हुई है, अब उसका उपयोग भी कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी आप जरूर उसमें सहयोग करिए। रिपेयर आफ्टर फेल्यूर, इसके बजाय अर्ली वार्निंग बिफोर फेल्यूर, ऐसी नीति को अपनाना पड़ेगा। अब ये कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को इसकी कीमत जब चुकानी पड़ेगी तो उनको ध्यान में आ जाएगा कि जब एक बार मैंने हमारे यहाँ एक था कि इसको कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को 20 लाख रुपए फाइन करो। मैंने बोला 20 लाख रुपए तुम्हारी चपरासी को देता हूँ, उसको कहा फाइन कर रहे 20 लाख रुपए, उसका काम 2000 करोड़ का, ये कोई मतलब नहीं। इसकी जान है कैपिटल मार्केट में, इसके शेयर की कीमत है। इसको ब्लैकलिस्टेड करो, 2 साल टेंडर भरने के लिए मनाही करो, और अखबार में प्रेस रिलीज करो कि फलाने फलाने कंपनी ने ऐसा काम किया है, ताकि उसका मार्केट का शेयर डाउन बढ़ जाए। तब उसको ध्यान में आएगा कि क्वालिटी की कीमत क्या है, तब वो ज़्यादा कॉशियस बनेगा। ये 20 लाख रुपए के फाइन अभी मैं नई पॉलिसी बना और अखबार में रिलीज करेंगे, ताकि इसका भी सब चीज़ें, मैं फुकड़ में गाली क्यों खाऊं? कोई भी रोड में गड्ढा पड़े तो साला मेरे पर ही चलता है वो, जो रोड मेरा नहीं है उसके ऊपर भी चलता है। अभी मिसिंग लिंक मैंने नहीं बनाए, वो मैं जब मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया तब ये शाहपुर जी पालम जी ने वहाँ काम किया है लोनावाड़ा खंडाला में, तो हमारा ओरिजिनल प्लान था कि ये मिसिंग लिंक की टनल बनानी थी, तो उन्होंने परमिशन ही नहीं दी। वो कौन से काले पीले रंग की घार जाएगी, फिर गाड़ी का आवाज आएगा, वो भाग जाएगी। एक साइंटिस्ट थे वो पीछे पड़े, PIL किया, नहीं मिली, तो मैंने छोड़ दिया और कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके वो लोनावाड़ा खंडाला का डिफिकल्ट काम था, उसमें शाहपुर जी पालन जी और LNT ने वो काम किया, वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज, वो टनल बनी, वो अभी बनी। अब मैं 27 साल हुए हाईवे बनाकर, अब मेरा तो कोई महाराष्ट्र में, पर जैसे टनल घिसक गई मेरा फोटो और टनल पूरा सब जगह आया। अब अनेक बार मुझे बताना पड़ता है कि आई एम ओनली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर नेशनल हाईवे। अब दिल्ली के भी गड्ढे दिखे, अभी DDA का रोड है, कारपोरेशन का रोड है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का है, मेरा नहीं है रोड, गड्ढा दिखा के गडकरी का फोटो डाल दे। अब खाया पिया कुछ नहीं, गिलास फोड़ा हटना, मैं क्यों खाया को, मैं कई कारण न होते हैं, कभी क्रेडिट भी मिलता है। अब ये समृद्धि महामार्ग का मैं हवाई जहाज में, लोग मुझे बहुत बहुत अच्छा धन्यवाद, आपको बेस्ट लग, बहुत अच्छा समृद्धि। मैंने कहा आप मुझे दे रहे, मैं ले रहा हूँ, पर मैंने नहीं बनाया, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट। तो रोड अच्छा बना कोई भी तो मुझे क्रेडिट देते हैं, और रोड खराब कोई भी हुआ तो मुझे डिसक्रेडिट देते हैं। तो ये चलने वाला है, इसमें कोई मेरी तकरार नहीं है, पर कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि क्वालिटी को प्रायोरिटी देनी पड़ेगी, नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी। और इसलिए कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को जब तक सजा नहीं होती और कंसल्टेंट को नहीं होती, इनको जब तक इसकी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, ये समझ में आएगा तो लोग सुधरते। ये बहुत सौहार्दपूर्ण व्यवहार से कोई सुधरता नहीं, इनको वही चाहिए। क्योंकि मैंने देखा कि जब तक नहीं तो गलती होगी, यू हैव टू फेस द ऑल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, यही करना पड़ेगा, और अब धीरे धीरे वही हो रहा है। तो अब हम लोग भी उसके साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। मैंने गलती की, मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर में प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए टेक्निकल क्वालिफिकेशन को लिबरल किया, डाइल्यूट किया कि नए लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बने। मैं वो नया नया था, मेरे भी मन में था कि नए नए लोग बने हैं, मैंने डाइल्यूशन किया, उसका परिणाम ये 40% बिल हो जाके, फिर तंग आके एडिशनल बैंक गारंटी ली। अब मुझे अभी पता चला कि जीएसटी से पता चल रहा है कि ये जीएसटी भरने के बाद किसको किसको कितने बार इसने कहाँ का दिया है। मैंने कहा जीएसटी का रिकॉर्ड सबका। अब जीएसटी का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से पेटी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कितना देना इसका प्रोपोर्शन है। अब सब आएंगे हाथ में, हाँ आएंगे तो ठोको इनको, क्योंकि ये नहीं चलेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं क्वालिटी को सबसे पहली प्रायोरिटी है, और क्वालिटी के बाद फिर उसकी कॉस्ट है। वी नीड गुड क्वालिटी विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ एनी क्वालिटी, डायलूट नहीं करना है, पर कॉस्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन को, क्वालिटी को मेंटेन करके हमको कम करना है, और उसके लिए अलग अलग मटेरियल का भी यूज़ करना है। ये आप और एक रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, ये UHPC अल्ट्रा हाई परफॉर्मेंस कंक्रीट, इसके ऊपर आप जरूर सेमिनार करिए। ये जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर है, ये हमारे देश में 30 मीटर तक होता है। अब ये मलेशिया में वहाँ के लोगों ने टेक्नोलॉजी ढूंढी, और ये डिस्टेंस बिटवीन 2 पियर उन्होंने 120 मीटर किया। ये मेट्रो में भी हो सकता है, ये फ्लाईओवर्स में भी हो सकता है। अभी हमारे यहाँ नागपुर में एक बहुत बड़ा ब्रिज बना है, बहुत सुंदर उन्होंने जगह जगह पर बना है, 60 मीटर तक। कॉस्ट बचती है और क्वालिटी बहुत अच्छी है। अब इसके लिए मुंबई IIT के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग के रवि सिन्हा के नेतृत्व में, उसमें LNT के एक वेंकटरमण भी थे, अच्छे इंजीनियर हैं, उनको लेकर मैंने सब लोगों को भेजा, और वो मलेशिया सिंगापुर जाके उनकी रिपोर्ट दिए। वो करते करते 6-8 महीने लगते। सरकार में लगता ही है ऐसा, कोई जल्दी काम नहीं करता, और नया तो बिल्कुल नहीं करता। तो अब उसका IRC वगैरह जाकर बना। अब प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अभी हम लोग 2 लेयर 3 लेयर के ब्रिज बना रहे हैं। अभी पुणे में अभी मैंने हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की ओर से भूमि पूजन किया, तो मुख्यमंत्री जी थे, हम लोग 40,000 करोड़ के ब्रिज बना रहे हैं। वैसे 60,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट पुणे में बना रहे हैं, और एक ही पियर पर एक रोड नीचे में, ऊपर में फ्लावर, उसके ऊपर में फ्लावर, केवल एक ही पियर को ऐसे जोड़ते हुए ऊपर जाते हैं। तो नेचुरली कॉस्ट एकदम कम होती है। अभी नागपुर में पहला हमने बनाया, अभी चेन्नई पोर्ट से बना रहे हैं, तो पुणे में बना रहे हैं। तो इसके कारण बीच वाला जो डिस्टेंस है वो नेचुरली, अगर ये UHPC में जो ऊपर का पियर होता है, उसके ऊपर का बीम होता है, उसका प्रीकास्टिंग उन्होंने स्टील फाइबर में किया। ये भी स्टील और सीमेंट वाले भी जो है, इनकी जब तक अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल नहीं तैयार करेंगे, ये जमीन पर नहीं चलेंगे, क्योंकि ये कार्टेल करके रेट बढ़ाते रहते हैं। मेरे ऊपर बहुत नाराज होते हैं, क्योंकि मैं बोलता हूँ, मुझे पक्का इनको जब तक इसके लिए अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल तैयार होंगे, तो ये इनकी लाइन बराबर सीधी चलेगी, नहीं तो वो एक्सप्लॉइट करते हैं। तो अभी ग्लास फाइबर स्टील आया, अभी वो लोअर इसके लिए रोड में तो यूज हो सकता है, लाइट भी है। तो धीरे धीरे अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल पर भी, और वो भी विदाउट कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्वालिटी, उसके ऊपर भी काफ़ी बातों को बारे में हमने सोचना चाहिए। GFRP ग्लास फाइबर रीइंफोर्समेंट पॉलीमर, कोरोजन फ्री है वो, मुंबई और समुद्र के पास जहाँ जहाँ काम है उसके लिए यूज़ करना अच्छा है। एम फॉर लॉन्गर लाइफ, हायर स्ट्रेंथ एंड लोअर मेंटेनेंस। तो मुझे लगता है इन मटेरियल जो है, अभी आपको हमने 70 किलोमीटर बाम्बू के क्रैश बैरियर बनाए, और वो अरुणाचल, वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट का बाम्बू, और उसका टेस्टिंग ये जो अपने देवास के इंस्टीट्यूट में किया, मैंने खुद देखने के लिए गया था, और दैट इज प्रूव टू बी, उसकी स्ट्रेंथ स्टील से भी ज़्यादा अच्छी थी। तो नेचुरल है वो, इको फ्रेंडली है। तो मुझे लगता है ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, जिसके लिए ज़रूर आप लोग सोचें। सस्टेनेबल स्मार्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन ये फ्यूचर है, और इसके लिए समय भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, और मैक्सिमम सेफ्टी भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। और मशीनरी में आप बने तक अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल की मशीन यूज़ करो, इलेक्ट्रिक की, इथेनॉल की, मिथेनॉल की, बायोडीजल की, LNG की, CNG की, कोई भी करो, आपकी कॉस्ट कम होती है, पोल्यूशन कम होता है। अभी हम कचरा 80 लाख टन दिल्ली का कचरा हमने रोड में यूज़ किया है, एक बड़ी टेकड़ी खाली हो गई। तो मुझे लगता है फ्लैश का यूज़ कर रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आयरन स्लैग, स्टील स्लैग का उपयोग रोड में किया है। तो वेस्ट मटेरियल का यूज़ करना। अभी हमने बायो बिटुमिन बनाया, जो राइस स्ट्रॉ परली जो है, 290 लाख टन परली जलाते हैं हरियाणा और पंजाब में, और 5 टन ऑफ परली राइस स्ट्रॉ इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायो सीएनजी। अभी 3-4 हज़ार प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो रहे, कुछ 450-500 शुरू हो गए, तो हमको गैस मिल रहा है, उससे बायो बिटुमिन बना, और बायो बिटुमिन का 1 किलोमीटर रोड हमने नागपुर जबलपुर नेशनल हाईवे में बनाया, अभी भी अच्छा है, और दैट इज प्रूव टू बी बेटर देन पेट्रोलियम बिटुमिन। तो ये परली जलने के बजाय इससे एविएशन फ्यूल बनेगी, इथेनॉल बनेगा, सीएनजी बनेगा, बायो बिटुमिन बनेगा, इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनियस। तो अल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल पर भी मुझे लगता है कि जरूर आप कुछ बातों को फोकस करके इसके लिए भी आप डिटेल जाइए। मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी हम लोग जो टनल और ब्रिजेस के काम कर रहे हैं, ब्रिजेस में प्री कास्ट, मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्री कास्ट की कंपनीज को बुलाकर, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को बुलाकर आप धीरे धीरे बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन और रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन, ब्रिज कंस्ट्रक्शन में प्री कास्ट को मैंडेटरी करने का टाइम है। अभी अर्बन मिनिस्टर भी मुझे कह रहे थे, हमें मीटिंग लेनी है, कि ये पोल्यूशन कम करने के लिए अगर टोटल हमारा कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम अगर फैक्ट्री में होगा तो ज़रूरत नहीं है ये सब सीमेंट स्टील लाना, पूरा पोल्यूशन होता है, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ज़रूर इसके ऊपर भी अलग से काम होना चाहिए। टनल में अभी हम लोग कम से कम 2 से 2.5 लाख करोड़ के टनल के टेंडर निकाल रहे हैं, बड़े बड़े टनल्स हैं। अभी नुमालीगढ़ की टनल है 20,000 करोड़ की, रेलवे और है, उसका टेंडर निकलेगा। तो बहुत सी अच्छे बड़े बड़े ब्रिजेस है, टनल्स है। तो मुझे लगता है कि पोटेंशियल है। कोई भी चीज़ में आप जब नए टेक्नोलॉजी में इन्वेस्ट करोगे तो इस बात का विश्वास रखो कि देयर इज ए मार्केट पोटेंशियल, जिसके कारण आपकी कॉस्ट भी कम होगी, क्वालिटी भी इंप्रूव होगी, समय भी बचेगा और प्रॉफिट भी बढ़ेगा। तो आने वाले समय में वर्ल्ड में जो सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस है उसका उपयोग करके हम रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन, ब्रिज कंस्ट्रक्शन और टनल कंस्ट्रक्शन में अगर टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करेंगे तो आगे बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल है। एक बात का मैं आपको एश्योर करना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे ही मिनिस्टर में इतने काम है कि हम आपको बहुत काम मिल सकते हैं, और इन कामों में भी परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट भी शुरू हुआ है। हम लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का रेटिंग कर रहे हैं और रेटिंग के आधार पर फिर टेंडर के बारे में सोचेंगे। रेटिंग का आ गया, अब रेटिंग में भी भलते ही लोग आगे तो मैंने बोला ये कैसे हो गया, तो थोड़ा थोड़ा सिस्टम है, हम भी उसको इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं। तो डीपीआर वालों का भी रेटिंग कर रहे हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का भी रेटिंग कर रहे हैं। धीरे धीरे आप सबके सुझाव को लेकर हम क्वालिटेटिव रिफॉर्म इस सेक्टर में करना चाहते हैं, और हम किसी के विरोध में नहीं है। और मैं बिल्कुल मानता हूँ कि बिजनेस 2 पैसे कमाने के लिए अच्छा कमाइए, पर क्वालिटी का काम करिए, ओनरशिप रखिए, डोंट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विथ क्वालिटी। और ये देश के एसेट्स है, ये अच्छी बननी चाहिए, और आपके हाथ से बनेगी तो रोजगार भी निर्माण होगा, आपको भी प्रॉफिट मिलेगा और देश का भी नाम बड़ा होगा। और इसलिए इस इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट पर आपने ये जो आयोजित किया है उस सेमिनार को मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। और ये सेमिनार होने के बाद आप अनायास सेक्रेटरी रह चुके हैं, आईएएस ऑफिसर सबसे बड़ा आदमी होता है, उसके बाद विद्वान तो कोई नहीं होता, हम लोग तो ऐसे ही है, जनता ने चुन कर दिए, हम थोड़ी इंजीनियर और आईएएस ऑफिसर है। आपका ज्ञान की सब जगह ये होती है, तो उनको भी ज्ञान दीजिए, थोड़ा बुलाइए उनको, मुझे बुलाएंगे और मैं जाके उनको ज्ञान दूंगा तो वो फाइल पर 4 बातें निगेटिव लिखेंगे, पर आपने उनको भी ज्ञान दिया तो मेरा ज्ञान देने के बाद फाइल पॉजिटिव आएगी, तो आपका पर्पस सॉल्व होगा। तो आपने मुझे बुलाया, अच्छी बात हुई। थोड़ा ये अंडर सेक्रेटरी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, डीजी, डिप्टी सेक्रेटरी, मेंबर एनएचआई, इनको सबको बुलाइए, आपका जो सब जगह का ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ उनको भी बांटिए, और दोनों में कोऑपरेशन कोऑर्डिनेशन होगा तो निश्चित रूप से एज ए मिनिस्टर विल सपोर्ट फॉर गुड एंड क्वालिटेटिव थिंग्स, जो भी होगी उसको सपोर्ट करेंगे। मेरी फिर से एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for taking out the time to speak so candidly and so passionately about the road ahead for India's infrastructure. Your guidance means a great deal to all of us gathered here. Thank you once again for your time or vision. May I now request our Secretary General, Mr. Anand Swarup, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Shri Param Sivam, Chairman FICCI Committee on Roads and Highways and Managing Director Afcons Infrastructure Limited, senior officials from the government, distinguished speakers and industry leaders, friends and colleagues. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks today. We are grateful to Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for taking out the time. He is coming straight away from the cabinet, so that shows his passion for the subject. Despite his such a busy schedule, he has taken out the time. Many of you would not know this whole concept of this event was conceived under the guidance of our Honorable Minister, and this is the fourth edition which we are doing. And FICCI is proud and privileged that in every of the four editions, the Honorable Minister has taken time to be with us and to give us his guidance. Today, we heard the Honorable Minister so candidly speaking about what needs to be done. There is a lot of homework for us as FICCI as well. We have taken note of the points which you have raised, Honorable Minister, be it on development of better DPRs, better coordination. We are proud to mention, sir, one of our members is also Skyroot. They have developed a rocket, so I'm sure tunnel boring machine is not far off. And we'll encourage our members to definitely look at it and do a seminar on that as well. I would also like to thank everybody here for taking out the time, being with us. Today it has been a great, very insightful discussion which have taken place. I'm sure the deliberation would result into some substantive recommendations. We'll compile it and we'll present it to the Honorable Minister and his ministry. And as the Honorable Minister mentioned, sir, we have taken note of it. In future, sir, all seminars, we will ensure that senior officials from the states and the center are also invited and they attend so that better communication can happen between the industry and the government. So thank you once again for everybody for coming here. And thank you, sir, for especially taking out the time and being with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. May I now request the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. We will have another session after the lunch again in this room. I request all of you to kindly join back in this room at around 2:45 p.m. I'm also requesting all our speakers to kindly join us for lunch in the council room, which is reserved only for speakers. The FICCI team will lead you to the room.
today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airport, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table, where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports, we take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table. where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports. We take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table. where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofat Raj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airports. We take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth. Together, we are not just powering the present, we are shaping a brighter, more connected future for all. We are a leading player in this space by constructing resilience into every block and beam. Our buildings and factory structures rise as symbols of strength and innovation, blending modernity with sustainability to define the future skyline. We elevate cityscapes, transforming urban infrastructure one structure at a time. From flyovers and highways to airports, metros and bridges, we create connections that keep cities thriving. Wherever water flows, life thrives, and through our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment facilities, we ensure this vital resource reaches millions, nurturing health and sustaining growth. We connect pipelines, terminals, and gas stations to ensure the seamless flow of energy across borders, fueling economies in a sustainable and safe manner. Each mile of track we lay turns distance into connections, and with our railway projects, we bridge cultures and communities, knitting societies together. Driven by a commitment to redefine engineering excellence, we set industry benchmarks with every project, investing in our future-ready workforce and leveraging advanced digital technology to build a sustainable tomorrow. Guided by a roadmap toward carbon neutrality by 2040, water neutrality by 2032, and a fully circular economy by 2035, KPIL is engineering a future that transcends generations. With each project, KPIL builds more than just infrastructure. We build a legacy of resilience, growth, and connection that bridges generations, rooted in purpose and branching boldly into a sustainable future. Engineering a sustainable future, one project at a time.
In today's business world, opportunities don't wait. Conversations move fast. Policies evolve faster. Partnerships are formed in rooms most businesses never enter. With FICCI membership, your business gains a seat at the table. where decisions, policies, and partnerships are shaped. Gain leadership access with a seat on the National Executive Committee. Join curated roundtables with policymakers. Build strategic connections with the global who's who. Access expert advisory and stay ahead of policy shifts. Leverage FICCI's policy research for sharper industry insight. Have your industry concerns represented with central and state governments. Take part in bilateral and multilateral trade dialogues and consultations shaping tomorrow's opportunities. Feature in FICCI's Business Digest and amplify your leadership voice across influential platforms. Stay ahead with daily economic wrap-ups and weekly international roundups. Connect deeper through structured B2B meetings, an exclusive member zone, and FICCI's digital platforms reaching millions. Build your team's capabilities through leadership training and go and see visits. And when you're ready to go global, FICCI has you covered with visa recommendation letters, discounted delegation fees, and access to high-level international missions. And a lot more. Whether you're an emerging enterprise or an established corporation shaping national policy, there's a level of access built for exactly where you are. For over 100 years, FICCI has brought together the voices driving India forward. Join the network, shape the conversation, build what's next. Don't miss your chance to be in a room where the future is being shaped.
We are Kalpataru Projects International Limited, a leading global engineering and construction company listed in India. Founded by Mr. Mofathraj P. Munot and part of the prestigious Kalpataru Group, KPIL today stands as a force for good, deeply rooted in purpose and branching out to touch every corner of the globe with its commitment to redefining engineering excellence and sustainable EPC solutions. With a diversified portfolio of projects worldwide, spanning power transmission and distribution, buildings and factories, water supply and irrigation, railways, oil and gas pipelines, urban mobility like flyovers and metro rail, highways and airport. We take on every challenge, from the frozen reaches of icy landscapes to blazing deserts, from snow-laden peaks to regions marked by landmines or insurgency. There is one company that works tirelessly through night and day, through heat, dust and storm. There is no terrain too harsh, no environment too challenging. Across both emerging and established economies, our projects endure, bearing a legacy built over 6 decades. KPIL's influence reaches into the very heart of human progress, touching lives and uplifting landscapes across the globe. As a global leader in power transmission and distribution, we offer a comprehensive suite of capabilities that cover the entire spectrum of delivering power. With every connection we make, we extend a radiant glow of progress to the farthest horizons, empowering dreams and fostering growth.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. We are now ready to begin our next session. Our next session is on resilient, smart, and sustainable corridors, future-ready tunnels and bridges for challenging terrains. I would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. The chair of the session, Colonel Parikshit Mehra, Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Sanjay Rana, Managing Director, Parson Overseas Private Limited. Mr. Lalit Kumar, Executive Director, Urban Infrastructure Rights. Mr. A.H. Khan, President, Urban Infra Kalpatru Projects International Limited. Mr. Sandeep Singh, Head Strategic Business and Tunnel Infrastructure, Jindal Stainless Limited. Before we begin with the session, as Honorable Minister Sir has arrived and one of the PPT from our technical session got left, so I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Roy from FICCI India for his presentation.
Yeah. Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI for giving me an opportunity to speak about new technologies and how we can speed up the construction, as we discussed since morning, to speed up everything so that we can achieve a target of around 160-kilometer length of tunnel. I think every individual contributions for each and every tunnel aspects and the materials, including the construction phase, is need to be advanced, and we can somehow meet those targets with the help of a lot of technologies and advancements of technologies as well. So myself, Pankaj Roy, I take care of the specification function of FICCI India. FICCI is a global company, specialized company for construction chemical, over 115 years old, based out at Switzerland, Bar. We have more than 33,000 employees working across the world in 103 countries. And last year, we have done almost 11.2 billion CHF turnover across the world. FICCI has a very good R&D team. Almost 2,000 people across the world are working in different R&D activities, and almost 4,000 patents we have done as of now since last 100 years. FICCI started with a tunnel waterproofing only in 1910 with a tunnel called Gothard Tunnel. Gothard Tunnel is the world's longest railway tunnel, and FICCI invented a product called FICCI 1, and we have arrested a leakage that was appearing in the tunnel. So today we will cover a few inside of the tunnels condition, like conventional tunnel waterproofing, how you do, and we have invented new technologies, and I will showcase how we can speed up the waterproofing solutions for tunnel constructions. So enabling with sustainable construction, this is a typical traditional tunnel waterproofing system. Excavated rock. On the excavated rock, we provide some kind of support, that is the shotcrete support, and after that the protection and drainage layer to channelize the water in an umbrella tunnel. Then we apply a kind of membrane. It's a different kind of polymeric membrane sheet that we normally apply, and post that we do our lining. So in this system, we typically see a lot of activities. The activity starts from shotcreting, then a drainage layer, then a membrane layer, which will help as a waterproofing layer. Then post that we apply our concrete lining. And these are the layers. And subsequently, if we see the challenges also, we are, though it is globally being used in different countries, but yeah, we have some challenges into it. Like we have the rock and shortcut layer, then the felt back, it's the drainage felt back systems. Then we apply this membranes. These membranes are loosely laid membranes. So if anything goes wrong, any puncture happen on the membranes, then chances are there water can migrate. Water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and water can straight away come to the concrete lining layer wherever if there is any crack happens or through the joints only. So this is how the water seepage may occur inside the tunnel irrespective of waterproofing layer with preformed membrane. So what are the challenges here? We have a multiple layer systems. We have to do a lot of activities starting from anchoring, then applying the drainage layer, post drainage layer, we have to apply the membrane systems, then we have to do the water bar or a lot of, concrete lining, we have to do, take care of all the joints, construction joints through the water bar systems. And if anything goes wrong, water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and the leakage can happen from the inner lining concrete as well. So we have come up with a new technology which is called fully bonded waterproofing membranes. So what is fully bonded waterproofing membrane? Our excavation will remain same. Post excavation, there will be a shortcut layer, and on top of the shortcut layer, we have established a product, a membrane systems, which will have a geotextile itself embedded into it. So the both drainage layer as well as the waterproofing layer will be a composite layer itself. So straight away we can apply that layer, and on top of this we will do the inner line concreting. The feature of this inner line concreting with the membrane is that this membrane will have a fully bonded layer on top of it, so that once we place the concrete, inner line concrete, it will be fully bonded with my waterproofing membrane. So chances of any migration of water will get eliminated. So you can see on the right hand side, the activities are like your rock phase, then the shortcut phase. On top of the shortcut phase, there will be a single activity, the waterproofing membrane. No other activities like drainage layer and other layers. So we can eliminate a lot of activities here, and we can speed up the installations of this kind of membranes. So drainage layer, membrane, as well as the finishing layer, which will be a bonding layer between the lining concrete and the shortcut, it will be embedded into this membrane itself. So we can do the fully bonded systems with a single layer application only. So it will speed up our construction activities as well. So there will be in the previous, we normally use a plain finish membrane, but this advanced technology will have one hybrid layer on top of it. So once we place the concrete, inner lining concrete, the inner lining concrete will be fully bonded with my membrane. So this is how we used to do on the left hand side with a lot of membranes. Then there will be a lot of joint systems through various type of water bar. But on the right hand side, you can see it's because of the hybrid layer, the entire concrete layer will be fully bonded with the membrane. And these are the membranes which will have a very high properties as well, and it can speed up the installation. So the most important part is that whenever there are chances of any leakage and seepage, it happens because of the puncture of the membranes, and there are passage between the membranes and the inner lining, so water can migrate from one location to the other locations, and it can come out with the weakest portions, of course. But in the new advanced technology, it will be fully bonded with my concrete, so water cannot migrate from one location to the other location, so there will be no leakage or seepage inside the tunnel. Yeah, more or less I'm done. So what is the other challenges we normally face particularly in high altitude areas due to the cold weathering system conditions, maybe in freezing conditions. So membranes will have the tendency of migration of their various kind of polymers or plasticizers. So the life of the membrane will get deteriorated. But with this advanced technology, the FPO-based membrane, we can apply this kind of membranes and it can sustain at -30 to -40 degree temperature as well. There is no migration of polymers, so the life of the membrane will be very high. So these are various activities involved into the installations of the membranes. And these are the testing we normally conduct during the applications. So this is my membrane layer. Then on top of the membrane layer, there will be a inner concrete lining, which will be fully bonded with my membrane layer as a waterproofing layer. We can also do a lot of cross passages also, because though we do the TBM lining, but again the challenges is in the cross passages. Yeah, this is also more important. We can do a lot of reduction in the material consumptions, as well as the emission of the, we can cut the carbon dioxide emission as well by 20%. These membranes have been tested for 120 years life, so we can design, we expect the design life as long as the tunnel's design life, it may be 100 years plus. So this membrane will sustain for 120 years. These are CE certified materials. So these are few of the references of applications. Yeah, of course, in India, we have already started using these kind of membranes, and in few packages in bullet train projects, we have already high-speed rail. We have already executed this kind of products we have already installed, and these are the various cross passages where we can install some of the station buildings, curtain cover tunnels, station boxes. Okay, thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Now over to you, Dr. Rana, and I'm confident you will be managing the time very well and guiding the conversations towards the session objective.
Provided I know how much time I have. How much time I have?
Whole session timing, like 50 minutes.
50 minutes? You just cut it down from 60 to 50, right? Standing right here? That's smart organization. Anyway, thank you very much, and thank you, Shampaji. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a pleasure to moderate this very interesting session on resilient, smart, and sustainable corridors, future-ready tunnels and bridges for challenging terrains. As we just heard, our time is 50 minutes. So with the permission of chair, I would like to do a small thing that we complete our session and discussion in something around 35 minutes, at least have 15 minutes for interaction with the brave soldiers who have stayed even after lunch. Perfect. Right? So, right. So all of you also get some chance to talk to the panelists here. That's very important, I think. A panel discussion is not just within the panel, but across the panel also. So I would really like that to happen. So that's what we'll do. Yeah. And for that, we all will cooperate. So I'll ask very simple questions, and we can have our responses limited to 3 minutes max. So that way we can have 2 to 3 rounds of questions, right? So that will be much better, right? And we have an excellent panel today. So we are going to keep this discussion conversational and focus on some of the real issues that actually decide whether difficult infrastructure projects ultimately succeed or not. We heard the minister, and I think whatever he says, we all can relate to that. But he is a minister. He can talk about issues and challenges, but as engineers, as an industry, it is our job to actually implement these. So it's very, very important that we look into it. I'm a geophysicist by profession. People who are just wondering, who am I? So I'm a geophysicist by profession. So forgive me, because I will be talking more about underground rather than above ground, because that's where geophysics comes from. So when we talk about tunnels, bridges, infrastructure in challenging terrain, we generally talk about sophisticated design, modern construction equipment, faster execution, stronger materials, digital monitoring, sustainability, AI, BIM, twin models, and whatnot. But before all of that comes a very fundamental question, and that is what I think is most important. How well do we actually know the ground on which or through which we are going to build? any amount of good design or good equipment actually is of little or no use if the ground which you are building on is not understood well. That was one panelist said in the last panel discussion also, that our investigation is extremely poor. So a tunnel may be designed beautifully. We may have the best TBM or tunneling equipment available. A bridge may have an excellent structural design, but an unexpected shear zone, a fault, highly fractured rock, buried channel, cavity, groundwater pathway, or abrupt change in rock mass can completely change the construction scenario. And this is particularly important in Himalayan geology, as we talk about, where geological conditions can change dramatically over very short distance. And we have been discussing this over decades. We always talk about surprises, geological surprises. What is missing is the guidance to actually overcome these geological surprises or minimize these geological surprises. Now, traditionally, our understanding of the subsurface has relied heavily on geological mapping and boreholes. Both are indispensable. But a borehole ultimately tells us what exists at one location. Very, very accurate information of what is right there when you are doing the drilling. And our engineering fraternity, even till date, depends heavily on this tool to understand the entire ground. What is most important is to understand what's happening between the boreholes. That is understanding the strata continuously from one end to the other. Especially in tunneling, when you are actually excavating practically meter by meter, inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, millimeter by millimeter, you cannot afford to miss any weak zone which is coming in between. Borehole gives you discrete location, indispensable but not enough. That is where geophysics comes in picture. And that's where I come in picture as a geophysicist. Now, if just looking from tunnel life cycle, the first decision where to make the tunnel, what is the right alignment? How do we decide it today? We decide it based on some very limited data which is available. Earlier, we were just deciding on topo sheet. Today, some remote sensing data also is available and some limited geological information which is available. Forget about real geological mapping because the kind of areas and forests these tunnels are going through, you cannot even put a geologist there to do the geological mapping, and there are no outcrops also. All right, so how do we do that? We take a pen on a topo sheet and mark the tunnel alignment from one point to the other. Now today that's really not required to be done. You have techniques like heliborne time domain electromagnetic, we also call it airborne electromagnetic survey, which can be done at a very rapid speed. Like in couple of weeks, you can actually finish the survey of the entire tunnel of 10, 12 kilometers. And not just one alignment, but a strip, and make a 3D model of this strip, and then decide which is the right alignment so that you meet with the minimum surprises. You have passive seismic tomography technique available, which can give you a 3D model of the subsurface. You have seismic reflection, which can be done even in tunnel alignment studies. So there are methods to decide the right alignment. Then go to the ground geophysics, where you get more data on the tunnel alignment. Then go for your drilling. Do not change this sequence. Do not drill before geophysics and do not drill with geophysics. The value of geophysical investigation is to tell you where the weak zones are so that you can target your drilling there. So now you have drilling data, you had geophysical data, you have geological mapping, and combining all this, you can create a beautiful ground model to work with. This is not eliminating your surprises. Just like morning walk and jogging does not eliminate your chance of not having a cardiac problem, but it minimizes it. It minimizes it to a great extent. And that's what Mr. Minister was talking about. The technologies are available, and he was referring to technologies being available outside. Fact is, these technologies are available right here in the country. It is about adopting the technologies. And one thing we should always remember, because whenever I talk about geophysics in a conference or a seminar, etc., someone raises a hand and says that, oh, can you do this? No, I think geophysics can't do that. So geophysics is not magic, all right? Neither is geology, nor is geotechnical investigation. Whenever we talk about limitation, everything has limitation. Drilling also has limitation. It gives you data only on the point where you're doing the drilling, right? Idea is that you should have something more practical to progressively reduce uncertainty and therefore reduce risk. So this is something which is very, very important, that how do we reduce uncertainty early enough choose the right technology, execute intelligently, and build assets that remain safe and durable for decades. DPR, we keep talking about DPR quality is very poor. DPR quality will remain poor unless DPRs are actually based on data. That is data which has been derived from the ground regarding which the DPR is being made. So that's it. Getting more data is the only way to do it. And technologies are available to help us with that solution. So I think we'll start with this short monologue from my end. And we'll go to our session chair, Colonel Parikshit Mehra. He's Secretary, Tunnels and Safety, Government of Telangana. So before I begin with individual panelists, I'll invite our session chair to give us his perspective. And the question I'll pose for him, although he's session chair, he has all the liberty to speak on any topic he wants. I can't do anything about it. So when we speak about future-ready tunnels and bridge infrastructure, from the perspective of government and safety, what are 2 or 3 areas where you believe our present project development and execution practices need the greatest improvement?
Good afternoon, all of you. Always difficult to have post-lunch sessions which are heavy and a topic which is almost womb to tomb. You know, the theme that we have here starts from the DPR and it'll probably take you to the execution of the tunnel and to the complete life cycle. But let me come back to the question that our moderator has posed to me first. You know, is what is it that the government looks for or should look for rather to have infrastructure of international quality and infrastructure which will last us for the life cycle that it is designed for. So I think what the government is looking for firstly is definitely today to have tunnels which have least residual risk built into them before they actually start construction. And so is true for bridges which are long span and which have their foundations in river strata where a lot can be done with exploration. So I think that is the first parameter because it makes it very easy. It makes it much easier for the government to budget them properly. So if you don't do a proper exploration and investigation for these assets, how do you budget them? Because you don't know what will it require for it to find shape. This also has a direct impact on what is the durability and the safety of that particular asset. Because if we do not allocate to it the right budget and then we do not give it the right contract model, then there is no incentive for the contractor to give you the product that you wanted in the first place. So I think the government is also looking through this to have the right contract model and to have a reasonable way of compensating the agencies or the contractors for the work that they're doing. The government is surely looking for that. I think the third thing that we are looking for now is which gets missed out in a lot of our or used to get missed out on a lot of our projects is aesthetics. I think majorly what we need to move towards is also to get the aesthetics right. Today, when we have a flyover coming, inside a city, or we have a bridge coming across this beautiful Himalayas, we want them to look good, look better. So with durability, with cost effectiveness, I think aesthetics is one thing that the government has now started looking for. So I think these 3 things should be able to get us into a space with this kind of infrastructure that we're looking for. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm sure the next panelist will extend on what you just said because now I'm going in the sequence which is given to me by the organizers. So Mr. Lalit Kumar is my next panelist. He's Executive Director, Urban Infrastructure of RITES. So Lalitji, how is planning in India different from other countries? What suggestions you have for improving pre-construction activities in Indian projects based on your experience?
Good afternoon, everyone. This topic has been discussed in detail by Honorable Minister and the other speakers earlier. And Mr. Rana has aptly pointed out the requirement of good investigation to arrive at a good DPR. So here I want to just go with my learning. So what I have learned during one of the most important projects done by me was the USBRL project, Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla project. And we can call it the mother of all tunneling projects as far as Indian tunneling industry is concerned. What happened then, because now we are discussing about DPRs post-Silkyara, we are more vocal on the issues involved with consultancy and shortfalls in the DPR. But 30 years back, when we go 30 years back, we see that, like you said, that there was some Survey of India topo sheets, GSI maps, and we are overlaying those maps. We have curve boxes. I think AutoCAD was there at that time, but the people were basically still working on those curve boxes and making all those alignments. And the main criteria was basically geometrical parameters. And the SOP which was given and the TOR was given was basically the speed, this much speed is required. These are the gradients, these are the curves, these are cut and fill. These are the details you have to work on, and you have to arrive at a alignment. So that way USBRL alignment was drawn, and thereafter, and the cost of the consultant and this FLS was just to do 2 boreholes at the portal locations, and in those portal locations they have to just see whether the portal is feasible or not. Any some shear zone is there, some landslide is there, or some waterway is there. So all these things had to be taken into account at that time. And whatever surface mapping could be done from the surface and can be extrapolated to the tunneling media level, at that level, and some calculations were made, and a typical cross section was there. D-shaped tunnels were there with heavy rafts and with the concrete backfill and the slaggings. So this was the model followed at that time. But later on in this project, we saw many changes we saw. Let me take the example of T1 tunnel. This project was started in 2004 and it was completed in 2025, last year. And it took 21 years. It was not on critical path. Only 2 structures were on critical path then. One was the Pir Panjal tunnel, 11-kilometer long tunnel, and another was the Chenab bridge. So finally what happened, that all other structures were completed, and this was the last tunnel to be completed. It was just 3-kilometer long tunnel, and there was no land acquisition issues, no logistic issues, nothing other than the geological issues. Now I come to the issues involved there. So once this construction started on this tunnel, then there were some problems. D-shaped tunnel, some buckling of the rafts, and some it was not stable. Some failures, ground failures were there, and finally, after running into I think 1800 meters or so, it was abandoned. And finally, it was basically realized this alignment is not the right alignment. So, because it is passing Riyasi Thrust, anyway Riyasi Thrust has to be passed. We have to go to Banihal, then we have to pass it. But how we can pass it? It has to be perpendicular, and where we can pass it without much difficulty. So that way, a new alignment was drawn. Almost similar lines. Some things were taken from the earlier alignment also. Then what happened? That the BOQ was made same. Alignment is basically changed. New company comes, but the BOQ is same. Contract conditions are same. So what happens while passing through that critical area? There are some NS items to be introduced, some new items to be introduced. Then again there are problems, some delays, and in tunneling, NATM tunneling, at least when in the face we have an open face, we cannot wait for these contractual issues to be settled. Then and there we have to take a call. So most of the time basically was spent in taking these administrative issues and decisions. So the main point of discussion I am making here is how these geological and geotechnical assessments are important. While and the first point I think we have mentioned here is improving execution speed and efficiency in tunnels and bridges. So we could have better, we could have faster this execution if we had made all these things clear. So now what happens that it is not something only this tunnel. There are many other tunnels. We learned from each of those cases. And in Rishikesh Contract project or Sevok Rangpo project, we basically improvise on them. Like NATAM was introduced against Dylan Bast. Then DDC and construction supervision as a single consultancy contract was basically originated in this contract only. Then because the design consultant is responsible for the execution stage also. So that way you can fix some accountability. He will be more serious what he is designing and suggesting. He cannot make any tabletop DPRs. These DPRs have to be basically, you can say, validated with the ground. So, and the cross sections were basically standardized after this USBRL project and later on used in other railway projects. So, while comparing this Indian tunneling construction environment with the European or some developed countries environment, there are something I think everybody knows now, because other consultants have worked in India, and our contractors are working based on those reports. So my main focus is here that there should be comprehensive risk register. Comprehensive risk registers. It should be made the essential part of a DPR. And DPR should be able to address all foreseeable problems and obstacles. And there should be mechanisms to basically to address them, some methodologies. So everything basically we should have a plan for meeting any eventuality. So, and there should be integrated geological model, as Rana Sahab said. It is very much required by correlating all the mappings, geophysical data, and the point data from the drill holes. All those things have to be basically integrated into that model. And reconciling DPR stage model with the actual encountered geology also. Because if we know early on that this is the geology which is being encountered, which we couldn't predict, then we can take some smart steps earlier. We need not to do some firefighting. We can plan something. Then there is this integrated working between client, designer, contractor, and supervision agency. Here, this BIM, I think, is something metro projects are using in a big way. I think this can be adopted in railway and highway projects also. Things are being discussed now, but in not that I think
sense of urgency.
That urgency is still missing in linear projects. And metro, I think that way we can basically reduce those interface issues, and real-time problem solving can be done. So these are basic some of things, and we can fast track DPRs also, because there are many items for all clients which are common to all DPRs. Like this S&T reports are there, signaling and telecom means, then electrical reports are there, the cross-section issues are there. These things basically can be discussed by the client, because they have to be basically uniform for all their projects. Then only I think, and they can ask for this field data, geotech inputs, and detailed design and the alignment, and the EIA, SIA, and this traffic studies. These are some of the aspects where the customized field work is required. And wherever we feel that customization is not required, we can make some standards. And there, this thing is basically being adapted by high-speed railway now, because now they've got 7 corridors, and different consultants have given their different rolling stocks and different SNTs, different electrical systems, which cannot be basically is not workable. So that way they're coming up with this philosophy, and I think this can be adopted by North and railways also.
Good. Thank you, Ladiji. I'll come back to you with more questions on this. And yeah, just for the benefit of everyone sitting here, since we talked about investigation, how much we did 2 boreholes on the portal areas only, etc. There is a very interesting statistics from International Tunneling Association. The statistic says that even a comprehensive investigation reveals 0.0005% of the volume of core data compared to the total excavated volume of the tunnel which is to be excavated. And this 0.0005% is based on one borehole drilled every 100 meters along the tunnel alignment, which means you're spending around 5 to 7% of your project cost on investigation. In India, on an average, we spend 0.5 to 0.75% of project cost on investigation. So actually, we are working with 0.0005% of the information, taking all the decisions, including design. And then are we surprised that we meet geological surprises? Should we be surprised? You are bound to meet geological surprises because you are practically working blind, right? Taking a cue from where Liji left, next question I'll go to Khansab, that he talked about a strong coordination between client and contractors. So how can a strong coordination between design, engineering, procurement, contractors and site teams minimize delays, rework and interface related bottlenecks? Because that's one of the major challenges we face.
So good afternoon, all of you. Fantastic question, Dr. Rana. Before I start replying to the question posed to me, one point of time I asked one of the employer, who is doing this project? He straightway said the name of the contractor. So this was his response. He never said that they are doing the project. The employer is not doing the project. Who is doing the project? The contractor. Okay. So first and foremost, what happens? We know that there are generally three agencies involved, stakeholders, what we call it. One is employer, other one is consultant, third one is the contractor. Maybe somewhere designer also comes in. Okay. So until unless everybody becomes part of this particular process and they own certain amount of risk involved in the project associated with it, the projects are not going to happen. That is very clear. Let me give you example of it. One of the Bombay projects, the mangroves were to be removed for the project. Who is responsible? Contractor is responsible. How contractor can be responsible for the mangroves? Can he do it? The project finally did not happen. I don't know, at least finally wisdom prevailed. So until unless we fix up right kind of responsibility with these 3 or 4 stakeholders, the projects are not going to happen, number one. And it definitely will delay the project, nothing but delay the project. Second thing is risk assessment. Mr. Lalit Kumar really, fantastically he brought out this point, that risk assessment in Indian context, Indian project contents is nowhere. If you look at international projects, at least they have done quite a bit of it. Whether they practice it or not, that's a different thing. We see also in different continents it is missing, but at least they are doing something, they have done something. But when it comes to international arena, Indian arena, we hardly do anything. Forget about DPR. DPR, you will not get any risk assessment. Maybe in 1 or 2 DPR you might find it, but mostly not. Okay. So if risk assessment is not done right from the tender stage, even prior to the tender stage, at the time of DPR, the projects are going to get delayed. Third point which I want to bring it, that when we do project, the design is being done parallel, right? All of you would have seen the project starts with the design. Why can't we do the design beforehand? In many international projects, they give a timeline, 6 months, 8 months, to do the design beforehand. If you have done the design, your methodology is fixed, your methodology and the design, specifically in bridge project. The methodology, you would have seen many bridges falling. Do you think that design was that there was a problem with the design? No. Methodology was a problem. So when you do the design and fix up the methodology, at least you are very clear in your head what you are going to do. So this is very much missing, and ultimately projects get delayed. Let me give you another example of it. No accusation. There was one station. Okay. Suddenly client said that we want a PD over it, property development. So when contractor went back to them asking for what is the load, we don't know. You have to figure it out. Okay. And fourth point on my agenda is planning. You can't rule out the importance of planning. And you have got a lot of tools these days. Still we are in MSP. How many of us use P6? How many of us we use Tylos? There are even better tool than that. How many of us in P6 do resource loading? But when the project fails, we all blame each other, right? And when you do planning or even designing, it has to be procurement based. So you have to look at which are those elements which has to come from outside. Minister was talking about TBM. Okay. HerringNet started that factory in 2008. Today they have matured. They had one single plot. Recently, or maybe 1 year back, they added another plot. Sorry to say, Government of India has done nothing about it. In next 5 years, can we build a TBM? I am sorry to say that we will not be able to build it, because where from design is going to come? We might get raw material, we might get steel, we might get some component, but we will not be able to build TBM with that. We need designers for that. Where are the designers? Do you think that HK or HerringNet or CRCHI, CREG, they are going to give you design? None of them will give the design. Then how we are going to build that? So when you are talking about, look at our high-speed tunnel. Why it got delayed? China did not supply the TBM. For how many months? Almost 2 years. Where is the procurement? Critical component, we do not know about the procurement part of it. Review mechanism. At site itself, we don't review projects properly. I was lucky to be interacting with one gentleman from DMRC. He said, what is your review mechanism? I was so happy. He said, what is your review mechanism? Tell us, we are awarding the project to you, but tell us what is your review mechanism. So until unless the review mechanism is in place and right kind of review mechanism in place, then the projects will succeed. Without that, it will definitely not happen. And बोलते हैं ना, एक से भला दो, दो से भला तीन. Group always succeeds. This is the mantra of management, any management for that matter. So all these people have to put their mind together, figure it out who is best in what. At least better. Okay, forget about best. Who is better in what? That has to be figured it out. Then work together. Then the projects will succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is very elaborate, but very, it's so important to understand it and actually implement it. Close coordination is so much required, and that will make a difference between a successful project or a failure. That brings me to my next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Singh. He is Head Strategic Business and Tunnel Infrastructure, Jindal Stainless Steel Limited. So, Sandeep, the question for you is that should life cycle cost analysis become a mandatory part of tender evaluation for critical tunnel and bridge components, particularly in aggressive environments?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to have you here again and again. Thanks to Mr. Sampa and FICCI team. I was in discussion since morning. Trust me, whenever this life cycle, this aesthetic, this durability comes in picture, so stainless steel, maybe as a synonymous or by default choice, and I was the topic being discussed since morning, right? And every panelist has done this. So this, every time we don't go to this consultant, this contractor, where this stainless steel is supposed to be used at the initial cost. So every time we face normally such type of questions, what will be the cost? Will it be 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x? So it will be very surprisingly, I am just going to convey you that in US we are a project which sir was saying that E&M project that 900 crore this maintenance package was released for the some of the portion, and one portion which we have done, that was of 4x, and the grade which we have used EN 1.4404, If you go for the comparison basis, it is approximately 4x, and it is giving the life of more than 7,500 years approximately. The portion he was talking about, this telecom and other things where this GI and other material was used, and they are supposed to give the life of more than 25 years. And this is also a irony. And when I am talking about this tunnel is designed for 120 years. So what kind of material we are going to use? So no, it's another kind of ambiguity in our design parameter and the performance of the asset of the life. No, since morning we are discussing this. No, we material aisa hona chahiye. We have to go for sustainability, life cycle, and every factor. But whenever it cost, not cost upfront cost, if you start calculating this life cycle cost analysis and the recurring maintenance to be added in this once this DPR and this tunnel tender or any tender, definitely the stainless steel will have some upper end, not altogether thoroughly. We are normally, this is for this steel versus stainless steel. If I say we are at the 2.8% of the total production in India with mild steel and stainless steel. So even though if you are going to use 2.8% in a particular project, the impact on the total budgeted project, say 40,000 crore, 20,000 crore, it's hardly 1 or 2% for that particular sector. And one particular 2% increasing on that project value will give you the life of more than 100 years with less maintenance. I was going through some PR maintenance graphs, so huge and so complex, material inspection, periodic maintenance, this GI coating, this painting, and other. So we have to think again and again, like geotechnical investigation is the first and foremost challenge. When we are visiting this SLVC tunnel in Telangana, there was some irony, like upar abhi this some forest was there. We are not supposed to go for this borehole and all, and ultimately 40 kilometers long tunnel with some boreholes kind of thing they have done, and ultimately the life of I cannot say the 15-16 people we have lost. So this kind of irony in our thought process we have to correct at the initial level. Why I am saying, like अभी घर बच्चा होता है तो what we do normally first क्या होता है, we go for immunization, vaccine देते हैं. For in that concept we have to see this the pain which I felt this Rajesh Saura staying this immediately after spending 40,000 crore, 900 crores again for this maintenance. It's a big question on our intellectual, or the people are sitting across the table, sometimes this side, sometimes that side. We have to come to a particular junction where we have to think our the national asset and national policy. It is very surprisingly that the global corrosion loss is approximately 3.8%, right, of the GDP, where we are sitting at 4.3%. Approximately 14 lakh crore of this rupees we are losing every year as a national loss, approximately $180 billion. See, this is our fault. Why it is happening? I'm not saying that go all along for a stainless steel, change everything, but where it is required, it should be done. And I'm very happy. This sir has told like this US barrel is the mother of all tunnel, and that tunnel reference is there for each and every tunnel which railway is going to have a policy which is exposed in surface. No tunnel के अंदर जो exposed है, like cable tray, fire door dampers, this electrical panel, this drainage cover, everything is in a stainless steel US barrel, and that technical tender has been copied by this NFR and other railway tunnel also, and somehow in the highway tunnel also. Recently, one more factor is there. When I was received a call from this IIT Guwahati, and they were talking about some reinforcement or this lattice guard of stainless steel because of less thickness and higher strength. We are having material which is we can go up to 5 mm, 6 mm, giving 680, 750 mm. So in stainless steel, we are not taking any corrosion allowance. No, in railway also, if they are going to make girders, if they are going to make girders of 20 mm thickness, if we go to change this thickness from a stainless steel, this RDO, so I already approved, 30% straight away thickness is reduced. So 30% all along this life cycle, carbon emission, this transportation, this installation, this spiral load, everything is accounted for. And if I calculate from A to Z, तो हमारी जो saving होती है, it is almost equal to the initial investment of this mild steel and the GI. If you calculate the life cycle of 20-25 years, the ROE invested money is going to get back. So once again, I am saying that this immunization, vaccination will help, but we have to take at the initial level. In fact, there some portion of the incremental capex, but it is not going to impact that much of the 20,000 crore, 50,000 crore. It hardly 1 or 2% of the some portion for the ENMN. That's from my side.
Thank you. Absolutely. So considering the entire life cycle cost is very, very important. And as you very correctly said, we can save cost now and pay a very heavy price later. And that is applicable in most of the things what we are discussing today.
Yes, sir.
Save cost in investigation, pay heavily later. Save
Yes,
cost in
yes.
material, pay heavily later. That's basically, it's our choice as intelligent human beings. Now what I'll do is, since I've just informed that we have hardly 10 to 15 minutes for this session, because I think we were pretty liberal with the time today. I also didn't intervene anyone. So we'll take questions from audience now. Keep your question very brief and tell the speaker you are asking the questions from. And our answers also hopefully will be very, very brief, right? So you can raise your hand. One question from there. Can we, oh, you have the mic.
Actually, what we have been discussing since morning, so the observation is this is a behavioral problem. So this is a syndrome of AWA, authority without accountability. Most of the organizations, there is no single point contact. Like the project management concept is coming up, it is not there. If something goes wrong, there are 10 people to be blamed. So what is the solution for that?
This question goes to the chair.
All right. So yeah, I'll take the question. You know, I've played all paths. You know, I've been here and there and across the table everywhere. So, but I can assure you that it's not that. You can always fix. You know, who's at fault. I think what we really need to do is to have a very good, very clear site organization. You know, somebody was talking about stakeholders. Stakeholder management in a project is extremely important. We should all know what my part is. Finally, as a client, I should give the geotechnical baseline report, you know, and I should give my minimum design specifications and my specifications of work. You know, the contractor should be liable to give me those specifications, and a consultant, if he's there on site, is supposed to check the quality and you know he's supposed to be the person who's doing the quality assurance of this whole process. You know, when things go wrong, if it's a design fault, it should generally be the client's. If it's a fault with work, you know, if it's execution, then it should be the contractors. And whenever there is a process which has not been carried out properly and there is an authorities engineer on site, he also has to be liable for it. If we keep it very simple and we make the site organization very clear with the stakeholders, I think you'll always be able to pinpoint responsibility. But in the end, that's not our aim. The aim is how do all of us get that project going for us and not having to come back to decide as to who went wrong. You know, it shouldn't come to that, but I think a proper site organization with everybody playing their role, we will always be able to pinpoint as to where things went wrong.
Ultimately, the buck should stop somewhere.
Yeah, if I have to add something to what sir said, sorry. What sir says, see, there are a lot of success stories in India as well. Okay. Only thing that those success stories has not been documented. Okay, few days back I was in IIM Ahmedabad. We do not have case studies wherein we have succeeded. I think time has come to write it down. Okay, publish it, to know what are those good things they have done. I mean, all stakeholders put together, by which the project has got completed on time. That will make a lot of difference to our industry.
Actually, failures also should be documented.
Yeah, absolutely.
More failures you document, better you will be able to learn. The problem today is, you know, I agree on certain points with him because I always give an example of a flyover which was made in Surat. 5 days after inaugural, the flyover came down. 5 days, right? So what happened was there was a sewer line under the flyover. Now, whose fault was that? Contractor said, not my fault. I made the flyover as per the design given by the consultant. Consultant said, not my fault. The utility information was given to me by the client. Client said, when I gave the utility information, there was a small fine print there which said that you are responsible for cross-checking this information yourself, all right? So actually, it's no one's fault. So partly what you said is, first of all, taken by the panel. Just because we are sitting on this side of the table, it's not that we don't agree with you. Mr. Mehra gave a very good explanation and rather response to it. He added to it. And Lalitji also wants to add something.
I want to add something on, he is talking about behavioral issue. It is very much there. And there is a reason for that. Then government departments, there is no performance evaluation criteria for preparation of DPRs. It is for the award of work and the actual construction progress. Nobody is basically giving any weightage to all these issues. And when DPR is being prepared, it is something like our officer is not doing anything. And what is happening with EPC contracts, their client is asking for the BOQs to, there are some of the clients who are asking for the BOQs, not the DPRs, because so that they can invite the tender and their performance can be evaluated. They can do something based on certain criteria can be fulfilled. So when that half-baked DPR is there, where only BOQ has been basically given, and the contractor, the EPC contractor is not having that time to go to field and do some investigation on his own, though he is required to do, but there is no such time for him. So he is quoting based on that DPR, and that DPR is basically, whatever DPR is that.
So that's one thing, FICCI, I'll really strongly, I'll send a note of recommendation also. But see, the minister, this is a 4th edition. All 4 times he talked about poor quality of DPR, all right. He also recommends that we must do something about it. As industry, let's come together and create a small forum of like consultant. And in India, there is no dearth of talent. Like that is somewhere I disagree with him. We do not need to bring foreign consultants. We have, our consultants are going out and giving consultancy to the foreign firms. It's just having the right environment and putting them together and actually make a system, and then policy makers need to implement it also. We have a policy maker here, that's great. But generally in conferences, they don't even sit after the inaugural. Now, that's a big problem. They should be sitting and listening to us also. We'll take a quick question. Anyone has a quick question? Yeah, please.
In addition to your present topic, sir, with respect to this DPR, I wish to add, the timelines are very unrealistic.
Sir, can you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Manoj Singh, Vice President, Rodic Consultant. The timelines are very unrealistic. I work in international, on national domain also, internationally also. I have seen even the underdeveloped countries in Africa, they are very particular. They respect the timelines, the urgency and the need. And over here, we have the contractor representatives also sitting. For them, the timeline, the time what they're going to spend on construction is money. One day additional, it costs them. So whenever the DPRs are to be taken into consideration or blame, we also have to assume realistic timelines. And also would like to revisit your point. Investigations has to be given a due deliberation and time. So this, I request the forum to present this, because this discussion is going on for a long time. For 3 years, I am also presenting them. And one more instance I would like to quote over here. The Ministry of Road Transport came with a rating mechanism. Now, this rating mechanism is one of a mathematical formula, I would say, rather than evolution benchmark. In this mathematical formula, a consultant A has done in his entire career 1 DPR in last 3 years. Now he is sitting on the top as gaining 80% of mark. And as a consultant who are very serious, we are not undertaking those work, because we know that whatever we commit or whatever we do, it has to be up to a standards. So we have never taken unserious work, but we do not stand there. So it's a, I mean to say, it's a huge gap.
I would like to comment on this. The first thing which is written here of the points that I would have said is, if I would have spoken, is decouple planning and execution. What you're saying is absolutely correct. See, what we need to do, it's for FICCI, it's for all of us everywhere, is to actually advise people around us that I have to today be doing investigation and exploration for projects which I plan to start after 5 years. We know that we've got such a big long-term perspective plan in all ministries. Unfortunately, the day we decide uska foundation stone nikalna hai, usse 6 mahine pehle hum uska DPR karne ka decision lete hain. This has to change. Planning, DPR, investigation, exploration and making of DPRs has to be a separate activity in our national system, in our ecosystem, and execution comes as and when that project is required urgently, or as and when we have the money to do it. See, finally, the DPRs are going to cost us what? A good DPR is going to cost us 2-3%. We can afford to do that. Probably we can't afford to make that bridge today. We can't afford to make that tunnel today. But if we were to make a tunnel across Khardungla we should have done the DPR 5 years back, you know. So I think if we can do that, a lot of this will be get solved. Because if I was to ask Dr. Rana to give me a plan of geophysical investigations and he would tell me the right thing to do, I know that for him to mobilize those resources will also take 6-7 months, even when they're geophysical in nature. And based on his inputs, would I decide where my boreholes would go, which would again need some mobilization, because we would like to interpret those results and then get the boreholes going. Then we would come on to a design and we would come out to a BOQ, and we'd probably do a costing as per the SSR of that year, leave it there, and probably escalate it later, or do the costing later again when we have to do the project. But till the time we don't decouple this, you know, and we do the DPRs and the project's execution together, this will remain. As far as the rating is concerned, I'm sure that any system which is faulty will never stand the test of time. I can assure you, in a year, people will stop reading those ratings then.
And one more thing I wish to add, sorry, adaptability and even the client as the stakeholders are the very important parts. So I would just cite an example. When MDBs undertake a project, however, they do their best. I mean, MDB means World Bank, and ADB is another institution. They make a very important aspect of developing stakeholder capability, and particularly the client. And why is that? When a consultant or a contractor goes, at least the person on the other side, I do not try to say they are highly capable people. But if I am not into my business for almost a decade, how do I know the in and outs? So the capability has to be done. And when those things comes up, they are handling it very well as a PIU, project implementation offices or units. So this has to have an umbrella thing. I mean to say it has to be considered
I can
seriously.
assure you, not only that, you know, it hurts the project because clients don't have the right qualification. Again, one of the bullet points I always speak about, that clients need to be equally qualified on the project that they are trying to get implemented. And also we need to have a culture of technocrats in this country. Otherwise, we'll not be able to push these projects. But also a lot of these MDBs are not being able to fund, or they are not wanting to fund a lot of projects which are feasible in states today, because there is no system there. They come to the states, they come to the state governments, they see the system and they say that with this kind of a system, we will not be able to put fund inside. So yes, we are losing out on that. I agree. These points are real points. And again, it's for FICCI to note and, you know, collate them somewhere, not only for the central government, but also for the state governments. Because any good funding agency needs
this one
good
will
systems.
stop now. Sorry.
Okay, sir.
Because, you know, I'll just take few more questions from anyone else interested. Yeah, see, there's so many hands here. Yeah, let's start with this. Yeah. And short question, please, because now I've got the signal to wrap up in next 5 minutes. Sorry.
I'll only take 60 seconds maximum. So I think I'm listening from the morning. First of all, I'm Mukesh Tomar. I am a founder and CEO of a consulting firm. I've worked abroad for 18 years. So we are talking since morning, and I've been in the environment seeing the culprit being the DPR. Everyone is saying that we know the problem. Either we don't know the solution or we don't want to solve it. It's as simple as that. There's no excuses to that, first of all. Second, I can take you to the experience that I have in one project where I'm working in Copenhagen. We had only scope of M&E. We have 1862 pages of the requirement for that project of 1.2 kilometer road tunnel, apart from the report that we got for the tender documentation. And they use a software. I mean, there's so many tools in this era that we have to capture the requirement on any project. So 1862 was the line item. We were to comply with those and show the evidence to the contractor that we complied. And no DPR is complete in this world. There were some flaws which we raised, and we convinced the client, and there were some variation issued. It's a live document. You cannot blame it. It has to evolve as the project goes further and further and further. But to get to a good starting point, and as you rightly said, it took them 3 years to prepare those 1962 pages. So the time was there. And last thing I would say on that life cycle cost, there was an element of that as well. And I was surprised because it was the first time I was seeing that in a project, that the tunnel is being built for 100 years. How do we ensure that the item that we're going to install there as an M&E equipment, they will be last for 100 years? They cannot. Some equipment will last 20, 30, 40, 50. What's the plan? So we were put to at that level of pressure, like how we plan the, like after 20 years, what need to be replaced, what need to be repaired. So this is we call like pure life cycle based design. Everything was done in 3D. I'm not saying we should do that in India right now, but we can start taking some baby steps. Things are there. Everything is there. Either it's willingness or we don't know the solution. There's no other excuses. Thank you.
Absolutely, I agree with you, and that's what we are having a small group or committee we call it. And yesterday itself we had a meeting, and we were talking about international best practices. And there is nothing which we should not be doing even today, because we are a country which has the ambition of being a superpower. So we must be doing everything right. Yeah, a short question. Identify the speaker you want to ask the question from, and very short question, please.
So my question is specifically for Mr. Sandeep Singh. Sandeep ji, myself Abhishek. So today's conference has broadly identified the priorities, and we see a substantial shift towards engineering excellence life cycle over the initial capex, and as rightly pointed by Colonel Mehra, that aesthetics also shall play an important role. I am speaking on behalf of the manufacturing fraternity, specifically small scale and medium scale manufacturers. We are making low voltage panels. We're also making knock operator consoles and many products that goes into this. By the time the specifications and the requirement come via the EPC contractors, which we suitably honor and understand, they are under tremendous responsibilities, and these smaller components would essentially be last in their list. But these equipments that are supplied are sort of a matter of national self-pride for us also. So where do we really start? I am completely resonating that we work with a variety of metals, and stainless steel anyhow has a very high life cycle and aesthetic appeal. But medium scale and small scale companies have their product design houses also. So how can we really step up at the right time and share our inputs, just like in the telecom industry, the DOT and the TUPC has the right entry points for MSME to point out these changes for future and current projects. So what would be the right point for small scale product companies to step in?
Okay. First of all, I would like to say nothing is chota bada, and don't undermine your value, because every small contribution is giving shape to the bigger one. So that you have to correct. I think almost all we have to think that every small component is made of the soft floor by the MSME is going to give a shape of broader concept. So as per say this panels and electricity department, we are already in touch with various stakeholders, all the Siemens, ABB, and other part of the country, where they are agreed primarily go for stainless steel, and we are also working for the cost reduction. So for that, every approvals we have to go for RDSO, because the RDSO they have designed as per they have taken as a corrosion alliance. But if you talk about the stainless steel, we don't need any corrosion alliance. So 30-40% straight away weight reduction can be done, which can be a cost optimization scheme also. And coming for the SME sector, I am attending various conferences. I am start saying that there is one clause, this PVC clause, sir. This price variation clause is normally there in every big contract. And many small OEMs who is giving to the subcontracting, they are not getting this price variation clause down the line, which is supposed to be percolate from top to bottom. And many of the big OEMs or small OEMs die on the soft floor because of this and this, because of the price gap and all. So from this FICCI itself, yesterday I also raised this point. This PVC clause has to be mandatory to be abide by from top to bottom, and it has to be given. And for MSME sector, that 20% order value is there for the MSME sector. They can come forward, they can claim, and they can take it. And we as a forum is always ready for MSME, because once our baseline will grow, our top line will automatically be there. And it is supposed to bound, and it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. And with this, I'll hand it over to Mr. Chairman. You have a question? One question. All right, let's go ahead.
My question is about the professional ethics and professional accountability. My question is how it is being done internationally, and what is the legal framework here in India to ensure this?
No, it's a very difficult question, and I've never thought about these things, honestly. But then since it's come to me, I think unlike what is generally said, punitive action never works. There have to be systems in play. What I see of what I know of the international market and what I know of international practice, because I ended up doing a part of my education there, and I was privy to some projects which are being run in the European market, vis-a-vis how we work here. The systems are so well defined that there is very little space for anybody to be able to deviate and take you to do something. Obviously, integrity is sometimes, I think it's also a matter of culture and practice, that it's definitely found to be much higher in a developed nation, because probably their social security takes care of so many things that they don't need to deviate to be able to make something for themselves. So that's one. But the systems are I think the best way to do it. In our system, I think we can always keep saying that the contractors are not giving us quality of work, but actually I think if you give the contractor the right price for what you require, he will end up giving you quality. Most of the shortcuts that we see in the industry on quality and safety are because the contracts do not incentivize the contractor to give you the right supports in the tunnels, to give you the right specification of the material. These are very loosely defined specifications, and most of these contracts are win on competitive bids. We end up in accepting contracts which are -20, -30% without asking them for the justification and asking them for just extra PBGs. This will never work. From the day that contract started, you can be sure that you will never get the product that you asked for. So I think incentivizing everyone to do the right thing is the best way to ensure that you get the right product. Ethics is a very big subject, sir. I come from the army. I could speak till tomorrow morning on ethics, but it comes from institutional training more than anything else.
My simple question is again supplementary, you can say. When we say DPR, the meaning is detailed project report.
Perfect.
And everybody accepts that it also contains the detailed design, detailed estimate and the detailed design.
Right.
If the detailed design is there, if the detailed estimate is there, then where is the question of EPC means then design is already done. Now, what for we go for EPC contract then?
Exactly, sir. Let me, since if you've done that, I'll come to it. So because there's a lot of misunderstanding about the EPC contract in India as well, sir, of how the MORTH runs the EPC contract with schedules, with Schedule B and Schedule D. The Schedule B will have the scope of work, sir. Schedule D will have the minimum design specifications. What the contractor can do is, in case he has maintenance, he can opt to use the stainless steel that he's talking about, as long as it is above the grade of steel that I've already mentioned in the contract. So actually, the contractor has no space to overhaul the design. He has space to modify the design, get some better product in, and then the client or the client's authorities engineer has to approve it. So honestly speaking, there is very little space in that contract for him to completely overhaul the project. EPC was the FIDIC Orange Book. It was a lump sum contract where it was meant for a building where only the foundations were unknown. Everything else was defined to the T. What the contractor could do is offer you something which is newer in the market, better specification than yours, and in case he had a patent for something, to have lesser cost to himself. That is how they used to bid for EPC contracts. We've got the EPC thing quite misunderstood in our industry. The contractor's design can never vary a lot from the client's design. In case I designed something at 80 crores and the contractor goes and does that design for 50 crores and runs away, that means I was in cahoots with him to have given him the 30 crore space.
My point is, when we say DPR is having the detailed design, are you sure that detailed design is worth implementing?
So if a DPR has been approved by the client actually certifies that it is good for implementation. So that is why I say, sir, whenever there is a design fault, it always lies with the client, not with the contractor. So that is, somebody asked about this, about stakeholders. So I always say, whenever the fault is with the design, the client should always be responsible, because it's not the contractor's design. Yeah. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And like since Shampaji, don't be so fast. I still have to give it once to Mr. Chairman. So if you have any final remark, because you are chairing the session, so I'll give it to you. Else I'll give it back to the organizer after your final remark, please.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Firstly, we thank you. I think you were the right person to moderate a session. As I said, this was womb to tomb, and I think you just covered it very nicely, you know, and we covered a lot of issues and fantastic questions. It's always good to have interaction because we all learn together. One little segue I think we didn't do after the DPRs was that we have to investigate very well. We have to do, you know, we have to start with a concept design, we have to do broad-based geophysical investigations, then come on to specific geophysical investigations, then come to the geotechnical investigations, and then generate a design. But in tunnels, in the end, there will still be unknowns, because the biggest input that you get in a tunnel, it's basically idealized as a, you know, circular opening in a infinite plate, is what you see on the face. So a lot of input you get from the face, and that's where instrumentation comes into play. You know, finally, we will still need to modify whatever we have designed there. So in case we can get into our culture, the concepts enshrined in the FICCI Emerald Book, where there are the concepts of the geotechnical baseline report and of the time-related costs, then we can further, after having done so much, also have contractual flexibility built into our contracts to get the right supports in. And I can assure you, most of the times, we will get supports which are optimized and not more than what we are designed for. But in case we come to a poor geology, a shear zone, we will actually end up putting what that geology needs and not what was written in a design, because that design could not probably predict that shear zone or the severity of it. So I think tunnels need that. I think that we can stay with. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you for clapping for him. And now I would like all of us to clap for wonderful audience you have been. Thank you for being interactive, and it has been it's a wonderful experience interacting with all of you. Thank you so much. Now I hand it back to Shampaji.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Thank you, speakers. This was a brilliant session and very interactive. And may I request you all to join for a group photograph. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, our partners, our gold partner, AFCONS, KPIL, associate partner, Megha Engineering, Bernard Group, SNF Water Sciences, Dextra, and our knowledge partner, CRISIL. So thank you very much for these enlightening sessions. The ideas and deliberation arising out of this conference would go a long way in addressing the challenges and reflecting on the way forward. With these words, once again, I thank you all the panelists, delegates. Thank you once again for joining today's conference.